this is yours. It's already set.
Доброго ранку, шановні учасники та учасниці сьогоднішньої події.
Good
Вітаємо вас.
morning, our esteemed members. We welcome you at the fourth forum for legal reforms for civil society, United2Win. I'm Alessia Halopik. I'm the director for the Center of Democracy and Rule of Law. I'm going to moderate our panel of intro statements. It's tradition that we hold these forums every year during the week of civil society conducted by the government. Over 90 various events are going to take place all across Ukraine today, and our event has gathered hundreds of participants offline and online who are watching us, our broadcast. When we planned our forum, our major objective, which we have been pursuing for many years, is to establish a dialogue platform that will give us a chance to talk about the success and challenges of reforms in the area of civil society, as well as to share the best practices and talk about the challenges and how to overcome them. The most important today is to support each other during the war, as well as find new friends, partners for the advocacy efforts for the better legal environment for the civil society. The forum has been organized by the Initiative for Sectoral Support of Civil Society for Ukraine that is being implemented by the a number of partners, UCIPI, USAID, and others. For me, it's a big honor today to introduce to you our partners, friends of the civil society. And I will give the floor to every speaker for a couple of intro statements. We have Ann Hopper with us, the USAID Office of Democracy and Governance Director. Welcome. Please don't feel ashamed and don't be embarrassed, and welcome all guests. Asiya Santilyan, Head of Section European Integration, Governance and Rule of Law, Civil Society at the EU Delegation.
Volodymyr
Sheygus, Executive Director at ISAR Jednania and the Head of the Project for Initiative for Support of Civil Society in Ukraine. And a couple of household issues. I want to remind you that we are a shelter. So if you hear the air raid siren, we will continue our event, and let's move on to the most important part, the intro statements. And the floor is yours, please.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to speak in English, so we'll give you a minute to work your translation if you need, but on behalf of the United States and USAID, it's a real pleasure to be here. It's always a wonderful way to end the week when you're together with so much strong civil society and people who are interested in contributing to a future for Ukraine. And also really pleased to be here with my friends from the EU and from our partners at ISAR Jednania, as well as SEDEM, who have organized this event and who have over decades played such a foundational role in establishing the legal framework, that enabling environment for civil society to work. And that is so necessary because civil society is what is contributing to Ukraine's not just victory on the battlefield, to your resilience, to your resolve, but also to winning the future and to driving so many of the reforms and the journey down your European path that you have all chosen for yourselves. You, civil society, have contributed to the green light for the EU accession, which I continue to congratulate you and our EU counterparts on beginning those negotiation processes. You, civil society, have improved public participation at the national and local levels. You have worked on localizing the restoration and reconstruction of Ukraine through a decade-long investment in decentralization reforms. And you have served as a driving force for broader democratic reforms, including the laws such as the law on public consultations that passed in June, and that I hope will be signed by the President soon, that will further open the door for active, regular, predictable public engagement with government and in civic life more broadly. This is why USAID has supported civil society in Ukraine over decades, but we're particularly proud of our work through Aisariyadania, together with USIPR and SEDEM, to build the organizational capacity of civil society, to strengthen the legal enabling environment, and to drive the research and advocacy that can propel the sector forward. But I do want to touch on one element of why I think today's theme is so inspiring, this United2Win theme. Unity among civil society, as exemplified by the partnership between Yadnania, SEDEM, and USIPR, is so critical. This horizontal, whole of society unity towards victory, reforms, and your European future. But it's not just unity among civil society. All of your international partners, we need to see unity among civil society, government, the private sector, media, to also drive all of these reforms. This doesn't mean that there isn't space for disagreement, for constructive conversation, because disagreement and tough conversations always happen among partners and friends. That's a sign of true partnership. But each of you plays an absolutely essential role in driving this democratic future of Ukraine. And this unity, this sense of shared purpose towards reform and victory is what is going to be absolutely critical, and what I hope to see, especially with government partners, hopefully here later today, as part of driving the future. Again, I'm so happy to be here today, really grateful to hear the open discussions and to see some of the opening panel. Thank you so much for the invitation. Дякую.
Пані, я дуже дякую за ваші надихаючі слова.
Thank you very much for your inspiring words, for your personal support to the reforms for the civil society. We highly appreciate the USAID efforts for the systematic support to Ukraine. Thanks to this support that is being provided to national, regional, local organizations, they can be there where they are needed today. Most of all, they are helping the armed forces of Ukraine, they help during evacuations, they help to address all the issues related to the IDPs or veterans, and the restoration is an important issue, and we highly appreciate your support in this area as well. Indeed, please don't feel embarrassed to say thank you. Asya, please, the floor goes to you now.
Yes. Okay, good morning, everybody. First of all, I would like to welcome all of you, representatives from the civil society, but also from the different Ukrainian institutions that are participating today. And I would like to thank you for inviting us to participate in this event, to the USAID, our partner, but as well as to the organizer, Aisariyadania, together with Ukrainian Center for Independent Political Research, and also to the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law. Ukrainian society and civil society has shown unprecedented force and resilience and a deep commitment to our European values against all odds in the past 10 difficult years. Sometimes we talk about the last 2.5 years, but in reality it's 10 years of war, plus perhaps even 30 years since the beginning of the independence, because you had been struggling since the day one. In this regard, being here with you today is an honor. The beginning of the negotiations with the European Union is really unprecedented and unique opportunity to move forward, and we are very happy to be part of this path together with you. The negative effects and consequences of the war accelerated, in fact, the opening of accession negotiations in 2023. This has been a huge step forward for Ukraine's aspiration to become EU member. and civil society contribution to this success has been recognized by the European Union. The European Union highly values civil society as an independent actor in its own right. Discussions about the enabling environment are at the heart of the EU policy for this sector. This is why this conference today is very important for us. And I am honored to be here with you and allowed to speak at the opening. In this regard, I would like to highlight that we get extremely concerned when we heard reports about CSO activists and journalists being harassed or under pressure from authorities or vested interest groups. It is the responsibility of the state to ensure that civil society can do its work free of harassment. Opening of accession negotiations carries a lot of opportunities to improve the enabling environment to the civil societies. This specific sector is assessed under the chapter related to democracy and is going to be ongoing the screening process in the next 3-4 weeks. In addition, in all areas of EU integration, the expertise, monitoring, and support of civil society continues to be very important. Your assessment is important for the EU. Your expertise and insight is very valued in this process also from the Ukrainian authorities. We see that there has been some progress over the past years, and we would like to acknowledge at least two of them. One that has been already mentioned by Anne in relation to the adoption of the law on public consultations, but also acknowledging that there is a work to be done and that there is a work also a space for improvement. We are aware of some weaknesses, for example, that the law laws initiated by members of the Rada are excluded from the scope of this law. And this is something that it should be reviewed in the future as well. Nonetheless, definitely is a step forward. But also I would like to use this opportunity to emphasize another step forward, that it has been the combined efforts to alleviate the negative effects of certain money laundering related state safeguards on access to banking services for CSOs. Our host today, the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, has developed, together with many stakeholders, some of you, an independent risk assessment for the NPO sector with a methodology which has been tailor-made for Ukraine. And this is really a very important step forward to guarantee the work of the different CSOs in the country. So we are welcoming this work. I also want to mention here that the EU delegation, is increasing its involvement in anti-money laundering reforms, which are very important for the fight against organized crime. We don't want to forget about it. And we are currently engaging with CEPOL, which is our EU agency for law enforcement, to work on training for a possible cooperation also in this area in Ukraine. Let me take a little more of your time to reflect briefly on the state of play of our enlargement process and the opportunities for the civil society to get engaged. I mentioned before the screening process. It started in July. We are going to take a picture. We are already taking a picture of the different chapters. We started with public procurement. We will be taking the picture around rule of law next week. Then after we'll talk about law enforcement, democratic institutions. And there the civil society has a very important, in plural, a space for work. On one hand, you are already engaged with the government in terms of providing inputs and assessment to the preparation of this screening process. But you are also helping us to identify the shortcomings that are included in this screening process. And this is very important. On one hand, you can work, and you should work with institutions to engage and to reinforce the position of Ukraine. But for us, it's very valuable also your input to try to help us to identify where are the shortcomings, because the screening process is very technical, but at the same time is one of the most important steps of the European integration process. Because here, what we do while taking the picture is to analyze the reality, and we need to have a real picture. Why? Because after, we will develop a number of action plans with the priorities that will focus the real negotiations for European integration. So if we don't have a real picture, we cannot have a proper and realistic negotiations further. And there, we need your help. And I think also the Ukrainian authorities need your help. So it's fantastic to have the opportunity to talk with you today. We are facing a unique situation. Believe me that the next months are really historical for the European integration point of view. And without you, this process wouldn't be really possible. So thank you so much for your engagement, and thank you again for being invited here.
Пане Сєре, також хочу подякувати вам особисто.
Also, Sierra, I would like to thank you and your organization here in Ukraine for the support of Ukrainians for the identification of the mission of the civil society. Also, we welcome and extend our gratitude to Katerina Maternova for her genuine excitement of Ukraine. We recall her words said during one of the forums this year. So there are several things she identified for herself, and one of these things is the fact that bank system in Ukraine after the full-scale invasion was stable and functional. And the second thing, this resistance of the civil society is a testament that we move forward correctly, and therefore we reinforce ourselves. Now I'd like to give the floor to Volodymyr. The floor is yours. I'm so happy to be here on our fourth forum for legal reforms for civil society, United2Win, and our activities goes far beyond this topic, even if we take the legal landscape area of work. And I was recalling our past, the beginning of 90s, when in Ukraine there was only a limited amount of civil society organizations. The legal reforms were absent. Only first initial legislation acts were appearing, and there was a situation when several organizations that provided support to civil society, they simply tried to find those civil society organizations to enable them reach their common goals, forming civil society on the onset of our independence. Currently, we can say that we have more than 20,000 of CSOs, and this is a huge amount of organizations, I should say. If we calculate approximately, every organization has 3-5 person employed through the CSO, and that means that we have more than 1 million of people who are self-employed in the CSOs. And if some organizations have 100 or more employed staff, then we can imagine what is the public sector here in Ukraine. And also we can understand that so we have a lot of people who are very relevant and linked to the activities related to civil society organizations and work. Yesterday, we had a summit related to fundraising, being attended by more than 800 people. We tried to calculate approximately the amount of money engaged since the full-scale invasion to help different areas of work, defense, civil society, social life, etc. And we calculated that several thousands of millions of billions were engaged in these activities. So in terms of different resources as a part of civil society, so we can then say that it can amount to several percent of GDP of our country, meaning that civil society is hugely powerful here in Ukraine. However, is it comfortable to work here in our state? Do we have enough legal landscape reforms, conditions, and programs enabling people to be united and work effectively? Or maybe it is the opposite. We cannot organize CSOs, or we cannot get joint views with our partners, engage in different resources. Not only it's hardly difficult to get, but because bank systems simply cannot release money when they are even available. And we have lots of cases when volunteers have been gathering different funds, donations, and then they were approached by the tax systems stating that let's do with this something. So what can we do with that? We should unite with our people's deputies, with the central executive bodies. We cooperate to find solutions. And I think it's invaluable, showing how this sector is important for Ukraine as we look forward for the best practices. And indeed, we have shortcomings. We should explain a lot of things. For us, it's a new experience when finance systems evaluate our societies as a high risk in the issue of money laundering. Civil society is created when people are trying to rescue themselves and they're surrounded. And we do not use budget funds. And even in this area, civil society has shown its own expertise. And we have heard today that the methodology was established for assessing this sector just for the sake of proving that we are not high-risk organizations. And we indeed have supported many people with our expertise from the civil society. And we are talking about dozens of millions of people, taking into account that here in Ukraine we have some more than 30 million of people, including elderly people, children, women, and every person in our society is interlinked with the aid and attention needed. And this testifies that this sector, I mean civil society sector, is hugely developed, and even having emergency situations, it is capable to work. And why is it so possible? Because our partners support us. They give us their expertise, providing opportunities for organizational development, for having financing, and for sharing experience from one to another, for learning international experience. Today, we share our experience with our foreign partners. And needless to say, how civil society sector is important. However, we cooperate intersectionally, and we work with our foreign partners, and together we make our life a little bit better, and our legal landscape for the organization of civil society, we make it more effective, more attractive to scale up the area of CSOs. Thank you so much for convening this agenda, this forum, for doing this job with all their stakeholders. And indeed, these legal reforms, these platforms are hugely important. We move as a wide, broad coalition, a horizontal one, with organizations that work as an experts to improve legal landscape, legal reforms in Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to heroes.
Володимир, вам також подяка від нашої
And
команди.
a huge gratitude to you, Volodymyr, from our team for your multilateral, multi-year support and work with us. And many participants who are present today, they are so grateful to you for this timely support and for developing of our main goal. Let me also thank to one of the most important thing in Ukraine, the Ukrainian armed forces, for their continuous defense every minute. Also, let me thank to representatives for from parliamentaries for your support in development of our civil society. Also, huge thank to our team, to our speakers for your time, for your engagement. This forum is all about us. Without all of you, it would be impossible to get it. And before we switch into other panels, I'd like to ask everyone to stand up and to honor fallen heroes, Ukrainian citizens who fallen in the war.
Дякую. Дякую
Thank you
нашим
so
спікерам.
much. Thank you to our speakers. Distinguished participants, please stay here. We have a technical break for 5 minutes just to change the panel, and we invite all our speakers to finish our panel taking a picture.
всіх вітати. Мене звати Анна Ісічко,
Distinguished colleagues,
координаторка проєкту «Ініціатива секторальної підтримки
I'm
громадянських
Anna Isichko, Deputy Director of SEDEM. A huge welcome to everyone who found the opportunity to be here to talk about the most important things, namely how to improve legal reforms and tools and directions towards them. Let me welcome with the start of the next panel, the power of togetherness, reality and prospects. We're going to talk about what is going on in our informational campaigns called Civil Society and Government Best Practices of Cooperation, a context of stories. I welcome here representatives who initiated this informational campaign. I'm so happy that today we have Alexander Yarema from the Cabinet of Minister of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, Deputy Minister of Culture and Informational Policy on European integration of Ukraine. And these particular two institutions are very foundations that witness our potential in our development, laying grounds for other partners to join to this initiative. And we're so happy that every year brings us new informational partners. So last year we had the Ministry of Restoration, and this year we have the engagement of UN Global Compact. To start this discussion, I'd like to share with you a small presentation. Moreover, we can see the list of our participants on our screens, and also we should say warm regards to those who wanted to be present but didn't manage to do so. Alina Konovalchenko is also Chief Operating Officer of the UN Global Compact in Ukraine, is with us today. We're so happy about that to start these discussions and to tell what advice can be given and probably advice on different inspirational things and our experience to be shared. I'd like to tell you that this year we have already conducted a final selection. We already have 134 applications, and representatives of all three sectors have provided their stories. The majority of that comes from the CSOs. However, representatives of civil institutions are not dragging behind. Also, we can see the regional breakdown and numbers about that. We have this number 21, meaning that the majority of them have been regional features of interaction, and we're so happy that this is a representation of local and regional initiatives. We're also happy that a huge part of projects was given to support our military servicemen, humanitarian aid, rehabilitation, and it's very frequently that different businesses get together to provide social economic effect to support people in need. We can see that space establishment gets quite a huge niche here, meaning that a number of platforms have been increasing, and we can solve our further fate in terms of how reforms will be.
Відзначити, що від малих до найбільших ініціатив, від фізичних осіб до великих міжнародних корпорацій і від найменших ініціативних груп, які не мають юридичного статусу, оформлення до всеукраїнських громадських об'єднань долучаються до цієї інформаційної кампанії. Тут ви можете зараз побачити QR-код на збірник, який ми випустили в попередньому році, і будемо раді отримувати...
Here you can see our a list of the best stories published next year and QR code. So here I like to pause and give the floor to Alexander. Moreover, I know that there are a lot of inspirational stories on our topic, and I have a number of clarification. Probably you have the best advice in terms of what business should do to reach our authorities to have proven cooperation, and a couple of words in terms of what the government is doing in the way of cooperation. So, distinguished colleagues, it's so nice to be within this group and team, and we are so happy that we gather on an annual basis, regardless of any challenges we have. And I'm talking about outstanding challenges. And given this community with many representatives from different backgrounds are gathered here to talk about the best practices of cooperation and support. Why do we need so? To unite Ukraine, to and also to restore Ukraine. And first of all, we need to thank the Ukrainian armed forces enabling us to gather here, talking about positive trends. Here it's also important to notice the work of every citizen of Ukraine to move forward to restore Ukraine. I'm so happy that today's event has been driven throughout the week of public society aimed at development of this sector, and it's important that this week gives us the forum of legal reforms, bringing together different representatives. Hopefully, this tradition will be continued of intersectional communication, opinions exchange. As the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers, we had a big coordination meeting dedicated to further actions, and different representatives of executive bodies were engaged in this public society as well. And indeed, we had quite an open and fruitful dialogue in terms of our implementation plan on development. It's important to have these discussions, and this work is inclusive and open, so to enable everyone to bring something and to make a contribution, so not dividing organizations to small or large, presented in the majority of regions. So we had quite nice organizations from Poltava that made it possible to get through its idea and to have this idea being embedded in the international strategy implementation. It's so important to have this practice. We try to share these practices with the representatives of different borders. And indeed, this is more about culture development, and this can be said about every sectors, where we can truly feel quite an insignificant level of trust. However, through this common job, we can form the high level of credibility and interest in further cooperation. As we touch upon stable and long-term cooperation, we should say that there is no stronger thing that the power of togetherness, civil society, business, and government. So today we can see our partners are present here, I mean, from the international organization, and they support us a lot. It's invaluable for us, and indeed, this cooperation is not just a tripartite thing, but kind of all sides support. This is not about just simple support. This is a synergy occurred as a result of this support. Let me thank SEDEM colleagues and global UN global organization. Also, let me thank different ministries that are active drivers and promoters of this contest. And let me thank other colleagues. We try to expand the number of our partners, as this contest is very valuable for development of cooperation, interaction, and naturally we are interested to get more reps of state sector. We see huge activity from the public sector, civil sector. Therefore, business representatives should be included in this sector as well, as we see that business ideas, business stories are not really represented here. And also, let me mention two platforms very valuable for us. We develop within the context of reinforcement of and sharing of this experience in different levels. This is open government initiative, and this is initiative on the fostering of public society. If we take a look at how it all developed, we should notice that this is done in the spirit of co-creation, as every event that is embedded within this initiative is being developed within the cooperation both of society and the state. This is not only to establish created idea, but this is also about implementation with engagement of both layers of society. And this is about responsibility, as this gives an impetus towards our development, as everyone, each of us can be a huge generator of ideas, but it's important to implement those ideas further. So this is about also monitoring, assessment of our delivered projects. And also this is all about understanding the effect and essential parts of that. And to this end, I should say we should be afraid. The Bible says, knock the door and the door will be opened. It's important. We quite often live within our stereotypes. I met with many people. I met with representatives of youth who kept talking to me that we are not going to civil society, as our voices won't be heard. And here we should make a step forward to them. We on our part try to include them. However, civil society sector also should do something on that. It's important to inform people what we are doing and to have all this information available on numerous platforms, social media. We should inform people about our tasks, and for reps of state authorities and throughout our way to the European integration. It's so important to show these cooperations. Even our executive bodies didn't have this experience before. So for them, this experience is brand new and important. And it's so needed to find these partnerships. Therefore, restoration, recovery of Ukraine will be much more effective, let alone our reintegration path. So I urge everyone to be engaged into this power of three sectors, probably with some engagement and enlargement. Thank you so much. These rounds of applause are generally yours. As
Thank you,
we
Alexander.
already mentioned,
частина страхів відпадає, оскільки приходить розуміння алгоритмів. Дуже дякуємо.
We are very much thankful for your openness.
Приймали нещодавно на саміті OGP нагороду, яку Україна вже
We know that you just recently received the award that indicates the strength of the civil society in the country. Thank you for public discussion that you organize and the plan of action for the national strategy for development of the civil society in Ukraine. I certainly certainly this is the platform that you can use to say what you need, with whom you want to work in the government to achieve your advocacy goals. The floor goes to Taras now. You represent the institution that I presume is this element 4 in this whole equation. I mean media. Because we know that there are a lot of organizations that promote media agenda, and very often you play a central role. Maybe you can tell us what has been the biggest success for you over the 3 years, because it was you who initiated the civil society week in Ukraine. Now we see it is very much effective. Over 90 projects have been launched. I'm not sure you need to end your statement with the thing like, you don't do that with the government, you don't do that with the government. Maybe you could, at the end of your speech, could give a constructive advice as to what you need to do to civil society, not to push away the government officials from them. Thank you, and I'll try to answer all the questions. The government has a lot of areas that we deal with: culture, strategic communication, media, and we have a lot of major responsibilities, but still I would like to start with a success story. And first of all, I want to talk about a small village in the Khmelnytsky region called Maivchi. I'm not sure you heard about Maivchi village, but this is a very interesting area where Anastasia Donets lives. She created a foundation. She defended the heritage in Maivchi. There is a palace there, and some other cultural elements. She's developing local tourism. There are caves, also ancient cave that she's protecting. When the fortress was handed over to the Orthodox Church, she organized the assemblies how to preserve this fortress, because it was endangered. I recently visited this place, and indeed, the landscape is fantastic. Thanks to Anastasia, thanks to her leadership, this area is changing. It is developing. It's becoming a true pearl of Ukraine. I really invite you to go there. We have a lot of activists in the area of heritage, a lot of civil society organizations who are defending, protecting Ukrainian cultural sites. Or in Odessa, Mr. Savchenko, who prepares the Ukrainian Review. They had worked in absolutely different area before the war, but then they started preparing informational materials in English. They are trying to advocate of the Ukrainian agenda on different events. They, in particular, visited this conference in Berlin. And the success stories is about people. It's about leaders who undertake the work in certain areas, and the government works with them happily. So the secret of success of cooperation with us is your readiness to take responsibility for certain projects or certain sectors, and we always happily support these organizations and such people. Not always can we provide support to such organizations. Very often they ask for money, which we don't have, but we are prepared to support such projects in other ways. The Civil Society Week was a big task for us. We had this task jointly with other partners to think when we need to carry it out. And thank you for brainstorming this idea to host this week during the day when the whole world is celebrating the Day of Democracy, and which is the 13th of September. And we now see that both the civil society organizations, the local governments, and the national governments know about the day. They are preparing their events, their activities on this day, because any days on any weeks that is focused on some event, they are more to raise attention to something, but doesn't mean that we should stop working on other days. For us, it is also part of the strategy of informational security. Information security is also something that we do at the ministry, and it includes two opposing objectives, I would say. One of them is to restrict something. Another one is to be open, guarantee the rights of journalists, the access to information. And this is the foundation of a democratic nation, to look at the security not only from the perspective of restrictions or limitations, but to look at that from the point of view of guarantees of freedom, rights of journalists, and the openness of government. And this is the agenda of European integration today. My colleague, Ms. Krasnostup, is taking part in the screening next week. So this is the assessment as to how Ukraine guarantees the right to protection of journalists, access rights, and the right of expression, freedom of expression. And I want to underline that for us at the ministry, we are happy to take part in these activities. It is an important element of our work. We will continue to cooperate, to demonstrate our activities, cooperate with the civil society and business to encourage others to that same type of activity. Thank you very much indeed. Thanks to all the organizers, participants, the civil society for the work that you have been carrying out. Thank you. Thank you, Taras. And I started to reflect on your words. I remembered about Eleanor Roosevelt, her word, when she said, the most challenging thing in this whole world is to defend the freedom. Freedom has different dimensions for the civil society. We know there are certain martial law restrictions. There are certain things that we try to do by bypassing those restrictions. With due regard to the priority of national security, information security, especially amid the hybrid warfare. And the government institutions are also playing a huge role in the competition. It's important to know that the civil society has the option to choose with whom to cooperate, with whom to carry out joint projects, with whom to realize all these projects that are needed today on the front lines to evacuate local residents in the areas that are being affected by the hostilities. Sometimes the government can't catch up with everything going on, and someone needs to take up the responsibility to create certain projects in that situation. And if the government is open, even if there is some challenges, still we need to carry out projects and triangle. Thank you, Anna, for your high appreciation of activities. It's a big honor to be a partner of this competition because it is a good chance to play a part in this initiative where both the businesses and the civil society and the government are showing actual projects that are being implemented. We have a story that recently was mentioned, marked in the competition on anti-corruption. What happened? We invited compliance officers and heads of legal departments of businesses and civil society sector. We brought them together to discuss important issues related to business. And based on this expertise, we created an anti-corruption course implemented in partnership with the Ministry for Digital Transformation and the Agency for Support of Export. The objective of the course is to show to all the viewer, every student, the information about what corruption is all about and what you do if you face it. It is made in a Netflix style, which gives you a chance to look at the education subject matter from a different perspective, and it gives you joy. It makes you enjoy the course, because the Basel Institute of Management acknowledged the course, and now they're introducing into the curricula for training of the staff. Also, Vadim Hetman Kyiv University also added the course, is using this course for its master's curriculum in the discipline called compliance. I think we, as a global compact in Ukraine, is the platform that consolidates businesses, brings together the public sector, government, media, businesses on local and global levels. Talking more about the international standards. Ukraine is now on the way to the European integration, and is going to be a long journey. We don't know how long, but still we need to try to get ready to it already now. And we have already cases of fantastic cooperation between the government and civil society in EU nations, because they're introducing the sustainable development reports as something mandatory for the business. So it's a story when the non-financial reports will be as important as financial statements. So they will have more or less same level of importance. Corporate sustainability reporting directive and corporate sustainability due diligence directives. These are the directives of the EU that demonstrate to the business the importance to measure their influence not only on the environment but on the society in general, to measure their impact on the supply chains and minimize the negative impact as much as possible to remain competitive in the market. The Ukrainian business is also going to do that. We don't have these requirements on the legislative level, but I think the business can take up the initiative in this regard and can start its transformation and offer some changes to the government, while the civil society can advocate these changes. And then this partnership will express the core of this triangle. The cooperation is important because every participant can strengthen each other. It's not about charity, it's about having an actual tool that will bring us to the sustainable democratic future. But for such a partnership to take place, we can say that there are several factors that can help others who are seeking for partnership with business or the government. Please raise your hands if you ever received a letter offering you cooperation and you didn't get anything from the list, at least once in your life. Not many people. That's quite unexpected, because indeed it happens often that if someone offers some cooperation ideas from this triangle, they are not really specific. Let's do something somewhere with someone sometime. But we are all busy people, especially now during the war. So to make sure that the partnership is successful, or at least can be considered, we need to be really concrete. We really need to analyze what is the focus of activity of a ministry or a business. So to offer them what is within the framework of their focus. If those two factors are in place, really specific nature and the correct area, I think 90% of chance that your offer will be considered and you will be at least given feedback. And you need to knock at many doors. Some people will ignore you or disregard you, but still some will respond.
We have a participant. We're proud of this data group volume organization or data group lifestyle organization purchased by an JJ holding, and this is investment that amounts to more than $300 billion provided by the Central European Bank. And CEO director of this organization has shared his experience with international partners, and he mentioned that some 30% of negotiations were all about how business is capable to cooperate with all the businesses in his country. And this is indicative. This is not just for some statistical data to say that we are good. This is about real economic benefit and about the stable development where civil society can reinforce business and the state can reinforce in turn business. And we therefore will be able to communicate rightly our results and share our experience at scaling them up. Thank you for mentioning the same component And let me thank to all our speakers as we have to move on. Also, let me say that you prepared several gifts from your institutions to award some of our stories within this informational campaign. And this year we have huge petrol stations applied for this contest, and that means that they see value in this informational campaign. So thank once again for inspiration. Be safe in this endeavor. And we should take environment forces or in light of adaptation of legislation of Ukraine with a quiz communitarian Ukrainian government strategy and international partners vision. So Yulia Kirichenko, a member of CPR, co-chair of rehabilitation package of reform. She will be a moderator, and I will give the floor to our moderator, and let me invite Natalia, Osha Anatoly, Leshenko, and Alexandra Blana to join this panel. I am Yulia Kirichenko. As I was introduced, I'm a co-chair of civil society organizations, rehabilitation of reform. We have 29 CSOs, and I also work in the Orders Center that works in the landscape of public legislation. And let me also thank SEDEM colleagues. It's an honor to moderate this panel that will extend the information about our Euro integration thing. And actually, in my opinion, this EU membership is one of the most important things after our victory, aimed at maintaining of our stateness. And we work at minus first floor in case of air raid alarm. We stay here, and online colleagues also will be able to hear us and join as well. Second thing, we have live stream. You can watch us on the YouTube channel of SEDAM organization, and also other our partners are broadcasting our forum as well. So you will have a chance to watch our forum again in case you need it. We also have audio interpretation to ensure inclusiveness as well. So let's cut to the chase. And I'm sure that everyone has heard this acquis communautaire terminology and many people already know it. However, many people may say that acquis communautaire is some legislative things that should be aligned with the EU legislation. Also, it may deal with certain harmonization. However, if we take a look at translation, it's very accurate, is about acquisition of community. And for us, this is not about demands to be implemented. These are about our steps towards the best practices. If we want to be engaged in these communities, we should implement those practices as well. And throughout this forum, we are going to discuss how to reach this goal, how to become the strongest members of the EU, and how to shorten our timeline towards EU, and also how to save our country. Natalia Okshar, Deputy Director of the Information and Public Relations Department, Head of the Division of the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of US, is with us today. So please welcome her. Online, we have Anatoly Leshenko, Deputy Director of the Department, Head of the Regulatory and Legal Support of State Registration of the Private Law Department of the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine. We welcome you here. Happy to see you. And also we have Alexandra Bulana, an analyst of the Ukrainian Center for European Policy. Also, let's welcome her as well. So let's start from Natalia. And the main thing we'd like to hear from you is about the national strategy on the fostering of development of civil society and specific plan that has been developed. And actually, this action plan was developed in 2023-2024. And I'd like to hear whether the war situation was included into that. We should understand that since this full-scale invasion, civil society is surviving, experience some limits. And indeed, we have a lot of rights, for example, for peaceful gatherings. However, let me emphasize that we have slightly another track for development compared to a peaceful time. And we have CSOs that were changing their profile of activities to humanitarian ones to get victory as soon as possible. So it would be interesting to know whether these organizations have returned to their previous role, as we might notice that their resources can be limited as well, and they can be limited in terms of time dedicated to political analysis, assessment as well. And also we should take into account the safety component as well. We realize that our parliament is stable and sustainable, however, with some limitations as well. So we should witness that the impact of civil society is diminishing, and referendum elections cannot be done during the martial law, and Ukrainians cannot re-elect the members of parliament, the president, as well as these two institutions continue their work beyond their initial deadlines. So also, I understand that I intend to ask you complex questions, but we should expect a new action plan for the next years. So does your ministry take into account all these new realities and action plans? You have 15 minutes. Please share your experience and opinion. Good afternoon, everyone. And indeed, we have been experiencing a lot, and this lies in the land of the implementation of this strategy as well. When we develop it, and I know that many of you were engaged in its development and delivery, and we all remember that that particular period was during C-19, COVID-19 times, and we were forced to find different online tools, realizing that this project should have encouraged a lot of components and partners. We tried many platforms, and we managed to, together with the working group under the Secretariat of Ukraine and with a bright platform of government organizations joined by more than 250 people. So we managed to prepare the strategy. As for the question Yulia asked me, whether the onset of the full-scale invasion to be taken into account in the action plan. Actually, it was, as the adoption of the action plan was delayed just because of this reason. So the strategy was adopted back in 2021, but on the beginning of the February 2022, we had this plan ready for the Verkhovna Rada review, and then we had stop in our work, and with biggest challenges that were all about civil society to be switched into different activities were those prerequisites. And indeed, we have very interesting assessments and researches that provides us with the information and statistic data stating that the majority of organizations switch to volunteering activities. So they actually abandoned their mandate, missions, tasks, and by the end of the 2022, just a small amount of them started to return into their initial roles. So this plan was approved finally in 2023 and should be implemented throughout this year. And it foresees 4 directions and activities related to them. So the first pillar is the implementation and improving of procedures of participation of civil society in the governing activities. This is all about public consultations. Let me remind you that Verkhovna Rada approved the law on public consultations and local self-government documentation and legislation acts. Hopefully, these legislative documents will be signed in the nearest future and will be able to work on bylaws to implement those laws. And also, we have the new legislation on appeals from the civil society, etc. The next pillar was related to activities of institutions of public society. And this is directly linked with promotion of an idea that our citizen should be interested in in order to protect their interests. Also, they should be aware about the existence of CSOs, and they can approach the CSOs to get services to protect their rights. And as for services, they are provided by a majority of different institutions of civil society. Moreover, we're talking about registration rights. My colleague from the Ministry of Justice will talk about it. The issues with financing also are here, and financing is the most painful issue, and we also have been witnessing a significant cut in financing throughout 5 years period. However, financial is still provided, especially to organizations for people with disabilities, for youth organizations. This year, financing will be restored for veteran organizations as well. We hope that provision by the government 1049 that relates to the context on the implementation of projects. So we hope that this provision will be effective and fully implemented. Let me remind you that the legislative act was been reviewing some time ago, and this act was about more or less transparent distribution of finance. Now, we should say that more and more organizations can apply for financing and get financing actually from the state. And hopefully, after the war ends and the martial law with it, we'll be able to return to this issue. And as Yulia said, if we talk about Euro integration issues, financing is very relevant. Moreover, within this particular pillar, we should mention also youth and children organizations, also organizations for people with disabilities. And here we need to remember that representatives of these organizations have full right to be part of the process of the implementation of the state policies. And let me mention different documents drafted by the EU with specific attention to this issue.
The fourth area is the issue of engagement of the civil society in the economic development of the country. And I think the first panel briefly talked about this matter. And here at this panel, we talk about the provision of social certain services like social, educational, and so on. And the area number 4, covered by the competition, as we said before, was the intersectoral cooperation. And as part of that, there were guidelines prepared how to counter fraud, as well as the public awareness activities, and so on. We also invite you to read the report that we published on the governmental portal. We do that every quarter. You can find not only the report, but also the documents prepared by the authorities to implement the plan. So our Facebook page contains these materials as well. I don't have much time left. So I will just say that we continue implementing the strategy regardless of the full-scale invasion. And we can't obviously stop right now, even despite these hard years. What we continue doing and what we will do in the future. Firstly, we are going to initiate something that's being promoted on the European level now. And I mean the deliberative democracy. I know that there are already pilot projects in Ukraine, but most of us probably don't know much about it. And I hope that when the government approves the plan, it will explain what this phenomenon is all about and how to work with it. We also come back to the issue of engaging as much as possible representatives of different social groups for the implementation, preparation implementation of the regulations, like, for example, regulations, regulative documents on public consultations or on the rule of law on the local level. We also are going to support the development of practical skills of civil servants and representatives of the civil society. Because when we discuss it, we hear a lot of proposals that such trainings are needed, and it's very good when such kind of trainings are carried out for both audiences so that they could understand each other, understand the kind of the rules and how it works. And I think this is something that we need to continue doing. Harmonizing the Ukrainian legislation with the EU legislation, that's another matter. We are carrying out the screening that Taras referred to at the previous panel. Our monitoring demonstrates that Ukraine has quite a good legislation, in fact. But it is the implementation that sometimes gives a challenge, and we need to enforce it properly. But for that, we need some skills, some time, and some institutional structural capabilities, because as Yulia said, that the staff is flowing out of the civil society sector, but this is actually happening in the public sector as well. And this is a problem. That's in a nutshell basically it. What I want to say at the end is to invite you to have a look at the draft plan. We have consolidated all the proposals we received over 8 months, following online discussions, strategic sessions. You could also file those proposals in electronic format. So this is a kind of product that consolidates all the proposals. And I ask you to look at the project from the perspective of your potential partnership as well. Because it is not only the government that must be taking steps to cooperate with the civil society. The civil society also must say to the government that here is where you need help, or here you need to amend the policies, because certainly we have some understanding of the problems that the civil society is facing. But you are the stakeholders, you know those problems better. So I invite you to join in and be our partners. And not only have your organization included into the list of partners, but to actually bear responsibility for the implementation of the activities. Thank you, Natalie. Yes, being responsible is absolutely important, especially during the war. We see that in the civil service and the civil society sectors sometimes lack some expertise, and we need to talk about that. We have a Q&A session after each panel, and I want to start it one. I'll start with the following question. You recently said that at the beginning of this year, the whole civil society talked about the law on lobbying. Actually, there is a new group already is going to make amendments into the law. And the problem was that the civil society were not included into the lobby term, because they don't lobby, they advocate. So what was your position? I remember the first opinion of the European Commission, because it said that the government had to regulate the issue of lobbyism, but it should not be additional burden for the civil society. That was a clear opinion. Well, unfortunately, we were not involved in drafting of this law. I hope we will still have a discussion about the implementation of the law, and there will be no threats, and lobbying and advocacy won't be confused. So I do hope that implementation of this task and these requirements of the EU will be implemented successfully. Yes, the Committee for Legal Policy is starting a new activity to amend this law, and I also checked it out. Again, it has such a definition of lobbyism that will make us all lobbyists in some way or another, and we don't want that, especially under the conditions of the martial law. And we all need to learn our lesson how to avoid it. Anatoly from online, Anatoly Lещенко, Deputy Director of Department, Head of the Section for Legislative Support of State Registration of Entities of Private Law. Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the floor. The civil society plays a crucial, driving role ensuring a synergy that will ensure the development of the relationship in the country. This synergy helps you to kind of give a push to the government authorities sometimes when it's needed. And I support Natalia when said that if the civil society is proactive, there is always a really quality product and quality implementation that follows such engagement. I want to talk about what we are doing as a Ministry of Justice, because we do the policy work in the area of registration of legal entities, but also civil society formations. We have such a term in our law. I'm saying it straightforward so that you don't think that I'm using some outdated term as a representative of the Ministry of Justice. So everything related to political parties, public associations, public we have the arbitrary courts and creative teams and so on. So they all are covered with this concept. Talking about registration of public associations, I want to say that Ministry of Justice, I want to talk to you about what we've been doing at the ministry over the past years in this regard. When the global work started to reform the state registration area, and it all started back in 2016, the law said that all the entities of a legal relationship that don't belong to the classic ones, all these entities, like legal entities or other entities that have the legal status or not, must be registered with the Unified State Registry. And the legislation was changing to establish one single procedure that would be unified for everyone and that would not require a lot of reviews. So all these procedural steps that we had for the registration of legal entities and public associations, they were just reviewed and they were put into the core of the law on state registration. But certainly the next step, really important and crucial, was to improve all these processes related to the registration of public associations, and we needed to channel them to the necessary vector, to the necessary area that would enable successful operation of such associations. And particular civil society associations was an important element here, because when we started this process, we had a clear cut understanding that when the government, when it talks about classic legal entities, classic economic entities, the government tried to simplify these processes, to be listed in like easy business, doing ratings and so on. But for some reason, the government ignored everything related to the civil society associations, public associations. And so when we looked at the law on registration, particularly related to public associations, we realized we needed to change a lot dramatically, because much related to the state registration in 2016 was a result of the government's attempts to regulate activities of public associations as much as possible. So whatever article you look at, you feel this air of post-Soviet regulatory desires, attempts. And much was done to change these approaches, to change the attitude of the government to public associations. I'm talking through the prism of state registration, of course, because this is my area of focus. Talking about result of these efforts, we have a draft law registered with the parliament that is expected to make amendments to make changes for registration of public associations. It dates back to 28th of September 2022, and as of today, it has been put on the agenda. It happened on the 3rd of September this year. The major aspect that we want to regulate and that we want to see in the final version of the law from the point of view of the state registration. The main focus of the draft law is that registration of public associations must be done absolutely identical as registration of any legal entity. So in this case, if we look at the procedure of registration, once again, I want to say that there are huge differences. There is a lot of red tape in the area of state registration. So the law seeks to ensure that the legal entities, economic entities, and public associations or civil society organizations that have the status of a legal entity or without it, so that they could all have the same identical registration procedure. The draft law also suggests that we need to step away from this complicated procedure when the registration is done by the registries of the Ministry of Justice. So we move towards the local government registers or the notaries. So these are the people that register today, the private entrepreneurs and legal entities. And as a result, this service of registration will be as close as possible and as effective as possible to the actual applicant. So you can go to the Center for Provision of Administrative Services or to a notary and get your registration. Second point is the timeline of registration. We don't want to avoid any delays when some additional documents are required and so on. Our model is the same as registration of legal entities. So the standard timeline, 24 hours after the submission of documents, if everything is okay. If something is wrong, then you are denied to register your association. But just like with the classic registration, you have 30 days when you can reapply if you manage to amend or improve something that the registry indicated, yeah, you can resubmit the documents free of charge. You made your amendments, you improved the document, you do it within 30 days, then these documents are considered free of charge. So this is about applying the same procedure as we have for legal entities.
And the registration being without any amendments to the law cannot be considered as a full-fledged one. Therefore, this legislative act foresees a lot of amendments to that. From the main amendments, I can say that we are getting away from ungrounded distribution of civil organizations. We are moving towards, according to the Constitution of Ukraine, to equality in front of the law with zero division. That's why the legislative act erases this and foresees the establishment the only subject, that is public organization, that can be with the legal status or without it. An important emphasis enshrined in this act, regardless of the legal status, public organizations have the same rights and responsibilities. Therefore, they can use these rights in any processes in the state. The next emphasis that was in the legislating act, and indeed it was about the informed decision on the line of decision-making process, and this is not a brand new thing. If we take other acts, we have different laws on different forms of legal status, and all these laws particularly specify their regulations and responsibilities, and these particular things were reflected in this legislative act. And then we have possibility to establish civil society organizations based on the status, and that all about moving towards digitalization. And for example, the registration of the entrepreneurs and registration of other legal status forms can be done today in digital form automatically. And some statute documents can be applied. And the main thing is that a new civil society organization should be established based on the statute. The next emphasis is deviation from post-Soviet era regulations. And we had a lot of discussions on that. This is about some specific status of the SCOs. You probably heard about all Ukrainian society alliances that can be established not through the prism of how it was established and how it can represent the interests of the state on different levels. And these alliances can be established based on just numeral representations. And when we analyzed the impact of these all Ukrainian organizations, we have realized that the picture is clear, and public organizations should be assessed not by its status but by its deeds. And the relevant legislative act just erased this obsolete detail about the previous norms related to status of all Ukrainian alliances. This does not mean that organizations cannot be called as all Ukrainians. We can select this status, and there are some restrictions. We are all aware about them. They are all embedded in the law. For example, we cannot call our organization with the word state organization, but we can call it as a Western Ukrainian organization, all Ukrainian organization. So we have free desire, free choice here, but without any specific status. My apologies, your time is over. Please conclude your remarks. So, any public organizations are fairly equal in their possibilities, and they can implement them. And I have provided you short details about the law, and hopefully it will be approved with the main ideas and values. And to conclude, let me say that beyond some elements we hopefully see in the law, we hope that the Ministry of Justice will complete the pilot project under which the presence and participation of public organizations will be available based on the model statute. Hopefully this year pilot project will be done together with the Ministry of Digitalization, enabling mechanisms for registration of public organization to be registered via the internet. So let us not wait for the adoption of this law. However, let us expect this first step to be done to simplify activities of the public organizations. And I'll be more than delighted to answer any questions. And thank you for the attention. And thank you for good news. As I have been working in public sector for many years, I have seen many complaints from my colleagues on the registration issues, and we don't expect the adoption of the law by the parliament. It takes time as it's still in the agenda. However, we support this idea. We also support the idea that all Ukrainian status and name and as a wording. We think we are all Ukrainian organization. Anyway, thank you so much. And all colleagues will be happy to hear that there is a possibility to be registered through simplified possibilities. And let's applause to it. Let us move forward. Alexander Bulana, an analytics of the Center of Ukrainian Center for European Policy. Can you please specify on a new form in the negotiation process where in this sector we could be a partner and not to intervene with the state activities? Even the screening shows us some areas where we can be very much relevant in the negotiating process, and sociology just about that. Thank you for your question, for your invitation. It's an exciting panel to be discussed. And let me start from very simple things about the Euro integration. What should we expect? We will expect 35 chapters, a quiz with further implementation by Ukraine, and screening that you have mentioned says that we are going to go through more than 3,000 legislative acts. To compare, the EU deal we have been working since 2014 has only 400 of such documents. So the scale is huge, and our state cannot deal with it by itself. And to go through this way towards the EU, we should engage all the possible resources, not just state apparatus, state bodies, institutions. So what can we do with that? Other countries' experience have shown us how the civil society participated in negotiation process into EU. Even this way of expansion of 2004 engaged public society into this process. However, the scale of work back to 2004 was the hell way smaller than we have to face. So the number of chapters of negotiating issues have been significantly increased with different keys that we need to know and implement. We are dealing with court indicators, and beyond EU acts, we should complete and implement a specific number of points so that EU considers the fight of and the state of our court and other spheres to be ready for EU. And countries have this particular experience. We can also take as an example as they had faced them before. And two models can be used. Every country has its own details in terms of how they can engage public society. And the first model goes to the country of Macedonia or Montenegro. So firstly, negotiating structure should be created, a specific vertical in terms of how this process of preparation should be established. So this is a nearest level, meaning 30, 35 members to be included. So every working group for every level should be established to enable operational activities. And Montenegro actually engaged civil society into those working groups. So reps from the civil society, business association, academic associations, if they had specific competencies, they had sent their workers to be inside these working groups. And the initial implementation was very effective, especially related to fundamental reforms. And it was all done with a huge enthusiasm. And Montenegro is the population of 600,000 people with less possibilities that Ukraine has. However, they approached this path, and through time, it has appeared that all this job should have been done voluntarily. So many people, many workers decided not to be engaged, and difficulties occurred. And as society should be public, should be opened with freedom of speech. And if government, for example, does something that we don't like, we should voice it. This is our prime function. And those reps who were engaged in the working groups couldn't be effective in voicing those concerns, as they were embedded in the state structures. And then these particular working group reps, they were obliged to sign NDA. So all these elements have complicated the engagement of the civil society at large. On the other hand, it was very effective and profitable for the state. Beyond that, in terms of business society, this model of work was really effective for the state, as the state can see all those leverages of action. And this is all good to have business to be engaged into all these developments. The next model comes from Serbia and Albania. So they have established the National Convention, something very similar to the engagement of independent experts, associations that committed themselves to be united in their efforts to support the state in their way forward towards the EU integration. And they established within their convention working groups reflecting the state working groups, and within them they worked on their positions, their negotiating positions, difficulties on that. And if the state needed an additional support, expertise, so the state could approach this national convention with request, please assist us with these particular points. And also to the positive things of this model. This is a partial solution addressing of the problem that relates to fast turnout of the staff. So if we had people engaged in the civil societies, their expertise could have been used further as the opinion of the reps of the civil society. And those working groups from Serbia and Albania, they were the most effective. Why? Because they built at best the relations with the state bodies, they knew all the peculiarities, and they cooperated very effectively with the state. And this model can be easily ignored by the state. So for the states, it would be better just not to engage someone into something. And both models, therefore, both the model of Montenegro or the model of Serbia, Albania, where working groups and civil society are primarily engaged in the legislative acts and negotiation process, have these merits and demerits. And we can take a look at both of them and realize what would be the best example to be taken by us. And as we see that some first initial documents have been appearing approved by our state and have been understanding how civil society can be engaged in this process. This issue requires full implementation. The state lacks some expertise. It's just impossible to have enough of it. The legislation of EU covers all the issues, even some issues that our state has never been engaged in regulation. So public society should be engaged. The question here, what specific model should be chosen by our state?
Civil society can choose this model of cooperation with the government and where it is prepared to provide the support to the state, because you will eventually need to provide the support. In the course of negotiations, it is important that the civil society remains a watchdog. If the government fails to do something, we need to make sure that still it starts doing it right. This is our function, of course. Another function, another important objective to support the government is advocacy outside of Ukraine. The European countries, their residents, their politicians, quite often don't know much about Ukraine. And there is an expectation that the government officials should go there and talk about Ukraine, say that everything is okay. But it is our function to communicate correct information. Why? Because every step in negotiations must be approved by all the EU member nations. All the negotiations, every step in negotiations will require all the EU member states to agree that Ukraine has achieved some success. And for them to agree, they need to understand what's actually happening. This is the function of the civil society. That ends my presentation. Thank you, Alexander. Let me please continue. As far as I know, the civil society, in particular in Berlin, at the Recovery Conference Ukraine, expressed its position, and you were also represented as an expert in our panel discussion, where you said that under the martial law conditions, we need to opt for the model number one. But being watchdogs, it's the function that should be with analyst organization. This is a model that is offered, and we expect the government to implement this kind of model, that the civil society organizations will belong to working groups. We have still some time. We had interesting presentations about registration, Euro integration track. Can someone help me out? Please introduce yourself, and please tell us who you are asking your question. Well, this is interpreter speaking, unfortunately, yes. We heard a lot about the development of the civil society and the number of organizations, charitable organizations, how to simplify the registration. You can do it electronically, and indeed much has been done over 2.5 years. We are also involved into development of the intersectoral cooperation. My question is to all the members of the panel. We saw that about 5,000 organizations are registered every year, and I think the civil society activities are kind of losing out on value. Don't you think that if we make this entry into this sector that easy, it kind of has this flaw, because if some individual says, I've got my own civil society organization, this is a typical phrase that you can hear at public, huge events. No one asks questions, how come you are the only person having your own organization? So developing civil society is one thing, but we don't want that to turn into just a system of private entrepreneurs. So self-employed individuals. Yeah, what do we do that we have this easy entry, but we don't kind of jeopardize the whole civil society for that? Maybe you could answer this question. Let me start with the following. We have the recommendation of different international organizations and a lot of documents that suggest that we have the freedom of association. So the government is unlikely to be able to influence or restrict the establishment of public associations. And much was discussed by the civil society associations to, well, I don't want to say self-purify the sector, but to self-regulate it. And many organizations have been working on that since pre-COVID times. Much was discussed about transparency of public associations, transparency of their performance, transparency of the search for information about what they do, maybe establishment of some institutions that monitor the activities, or maybe some sort of something that they created in the EU nations, where organizations are established to, well, not screen, but to monitor the civil society organizations. And if I remember correctly, in Spain, there is an organization that provides a sort of acknowledgement that a particular civil society organization has integrity and operates well. So indeed, there is much to think about. Thank you for your question. The government cannot address it on its own, because that is why we have a lot of expectations, hopes on the self-regulation of the sector. I have two hands, so let's take only two questions. I want to thank for the first one. We raised this issue many times in our union, because such a pseudo CSO really discredit the whole sector. We prepared policies appropriate that indicate that what kind of reports must be published, that the organization must be involved into projects and so on. But that covers only members of our union. Maybe there will be an organization that would take up this role to maybe prepare some ratings or rankings, or like to create a blacklist of CSOs if they are pseudo organization. This is a fantastic question for this forum. Maxim Siba, and then this other person. Maxim, Ukrainian Center for Political Studies. Question to the Ministry of Justice, to Natalia Leshenko. But before that, I want to say to Natalia, your dream has come true. There is already an institution in Ukraine that is supposed to monitor charitable and other NPOs, National Anti-Corruption, NAPC, National Anti-Corruption Prevention Commission. So they monitor activities of all of us. Like this conference that we are carrying out today, is it civil society activities or is it lobbyism? And it is the NACP that tells you whether you are working as a CSO or you need to be fined. So your dream has come true. We are being closely monitored already, and that will be even more intensive starting from the 1st of January. There are ethical standards already being approved for lobbyists, but not for to civil servants for some reason. So everything is kind of complicated here, but I think we need to add this activity to the next for the next year, because there can be a risk for the freedom of association. But coming back to my question, Anatoly Leshenko, thank you very much. You know, we are thankful for your support. When are you going to introduce opportunity to register a civil society organization via the DIA app? When can you do it online? Because Natalia presented a report on recently that said that the cabinet instructed the Ministry of Justice to submit a resolution for the approval of a typical statute, and that happened in April 2023. But now we are in September 2024. The instruction was sent, but nothing has been done. So can you please advise us, when can the Ministry of Justice at least submit this resolution to the session of the cabinet, and when can it be effective? Thank you, Maxim, for your words. And to answer your question, I would add some constructive flavor, because my expectation is that this month we will submit this draft resolution to all stakeholders for their review. And I think it will happen fast, because creating a product takes time, and then improving it is fast, because there are a lot of things to consider during the creation. But I would express some precaution whether that's going to happen immediately with DIA, also because the DIA is operated by the Ministry of Digital Transformation, and they also have their projects in the pipeline. You see, just recently they launched the e-marriage app option. And I know there were a lot of experts involved into the process. They also work in the area of making business and how to ease doing business in Ukraine. So I think it can be done within 6 months. It's not only the objective for the Ministry of Digital Transformation, it's also a part of objective for us, but we need to think about the 6 months. And I'm being optimistic in this regard. I think this month we'll have draft version approved and later submitted to the cabinet. Thank you, Anatoly. Last question, please. I've got a brief question. That was a traditional question to Anatoly Lещенко, because the CSOs have a lot of complaints. They want to bring to the Ministry of Justice. So you talk about some legislative initiatives or laws that are kind of supposed to address a lot of issues with the CSOs. But what I want to say is that unfortunately the Ministry of Justice is not addressing duly the issue that we have today, even without any draft laws. The website of the Central Office of Ministry of Justice, Department for State Registration, where you still have information about the project that you suggest as templates that date back to 2016, that were prepared by some vague working group. When I asked the head of the department to delete it because it is misleading for people who want to register their CSO. Because I'm a lawyer, I understand what needs to be done, what needs to be taken into account from the very beginning. But if there are just regular people in some local community, they want to register their association, and they take this template from your website, which is not in line with modern requirements, and then they are denied. Their application is denied. And I hear that yes, it needs some time to create a working group to develop this template, but you are not doing that, although there are already demo versions available. So I don't know why would you need to wait for a draft law to remove minor problems that Ministry of Justice is creating. Another thing, your state register offices, it's not clear why they're working. They are trying to find some fake reasons why not to register as a change. When I meet them, when I talk to them, they look like they are proud of that. They pretend to have such huge qualification levels, skills, when they say, yeah, we denied so many applications. Why wouldn't you just put professionals who would look for these mistakes and help people remove them? So what I mean is the draft law you're talking about may not be approved this year or even next year, but the problems that the CSOs have are valid today. Thank you for the question. I totally agree with you. You are asking this. You are asking me this question, but you're basically asking the whole Ministry of Justice this question. I understand what you mean. I think it's better to remove something that is not up to date than publish that on the website. I will definitely raise this issue with my colleagues. I'll tell them that either the Ministry of Justice's website must have modern information, or it should contain only some basic info about the steps that need to be taken for registration. We certainly need to make sure that if a person receives some service from the government, he or she is well aware what needs to be done. Like this document that I need to submit, and it should be valid to be well perceived by the registrar's office. Why the procedure for the development of this typical statute takes so long? Because there were a lot of issues that had to be addressed. We are at a crossroads here. We have internal matters so that we need to deal with. We have lobbies, the civil society, and this whole mechanism need to be explained on one document, on ideal document that could be easily implemented. So I agree with you that we need to take steps that don't require any laws. I once again assure you that I will raise this issue with colleagues so that it's either they remove unnecessary documents from the website, or they publish information and recommendations about like an organization that can offer help to individuals willing to register. As to your second question related to the registry offices, unfortunately, we see that happening in all areas of state registration, unfortunately. When the society is facing certain problems, it can't happen that the problems are in one sector and in other parts of the civil service there aren't any problems, because it's all elements of the society. And I indeed agree that and I witnessed such cases when there was some unhealthy competition, I would say, so to find something to deny. I think this is a totally unacceptable if we talk about good governance. I worked in the area of state registration for many years, and I understand that our pathway still is post-Soviet, and the countries, such countries, I believe, for them, the most successful way would be to digitalize all the processes so that the register office would only rely on the just common sense of the register. So that the register could only deal with helping to prepare documents and carrying out the actual registration. It should be mostly technical function of introducing data into the register. But thank you for your question.
Thank you for all your answers. And we are going to have a coffee break. So we will have 10 minutes colleagues, let's start our next panel dedicated to the issues of legislative regulations of volunteering activities. We will take the governmental strategy on this area, touching upon not only legislative acts, but issues that required legislative actions. So as for the format, I'm going to be a moderator. I'm Natalia Povar, lawyer of SEDA, coordinator of the Volunteer Activity Development section. So we are going to have 3 rounds of discussions. Every speaker will have at least 6 minutes to share his or her statements. Also, we will have a chance for Q&A session to clarify issues if needed, and we will have a keynote speaker, Mr. Yuri Yuzich. Oksana Zhilnovich may join us as well, the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, as her ministry is responsible for the implementation of this topic. So as for the program of the state policy, we'll have a full understanding on the changes in legislation and steps to be changed. Significant information. Recently, we have received information in terms of how Ukrainian citizens are joining or engaged into volunteering initiatives. So the statistics shows that the percentage of volunteerism has started dropping. This is all about the strategy of the state on volunteering support should be developed. According to 2022, Ukraine was at the 2nd stage. Today, we are at the 7th place, according to 2023. So we need to attach significant attention to regulations in the field of volunteerism. The first floor would be given to the Yuri Yuzich, advisor to Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine, Mrs. Zhilnovich, who will tell us more about the process and our place within this issue, just to be at the same wave and understanding in terms of the processes going on. Thank you. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, Oksana Zhilnovich may not join us today unless her meeting ends earlier. And indeed, the Center Executive Body, called the Minister of Social Policy, is responsible for volunteering issues in our state. And we are at the 2nd step on the reinforcement of the volunteerism. Before the war, a package of legislation was developed. In 2023, we should have developed the state support of the volunteer movement, and currently the Central Executive Body has been preparing it. A couple of words about the concept. It was developed together with the Institute of the Public Society. So we are still unaware about comments from the civil society. However, we are talking about 3 blocks about the objective, tools, and our endeavor. So as for objective, the key thing is to provide opportunity to reinforce the volunteering movement at local level, to enable more possibilities to be attached and to enable more coverage. And Natalia has told us that we used to be leaders. However, for the last 20 years, statistic shows that engagement into this issue has been increasing. So we used to have 13, then 15, 16%, and during the full-scale invasion, defense services recorded that more than 50% of people were engaged in volunteering movement. So I do believe these figures because even my mother went volunteering as of the autumn 2022. We experienced a decrease in all this movement, and I refer to different researchments, but we can talk about 20% or 25% of people remain being engaged in volunteering movement. As for this year data, I don't have fresh statistical data. However, let me notice an increase. It's a good sign. 10 years ago, an average number of engagement into volunteerism amounted to 25%. So in terms of inclusion of youth population, we have reached to the point the European Union has even slightly bigger, but to develop it further, we need to reinforce Hermades. As for tasks, and there are two of them. The first one, the recognition. Everyone is faced that understanding, recognition in terms of who are volunteers and what types of volunteers do exist, small, large groups. So we should explain this language, and without this task, the next task is not possible to implement. And this is all about give tools to volunteers to reinforce their possibilities to cover more citizens with volunteer activities. So we used to have 24 tools, now we have 21 remained, and let us say that we have 20 tools, and I'm not going to mention all of them, but the main of them are the following. The whole democratic developed world states that every person has the right for reimbursement of travel or regular expenses, and our parliament managed to reach to the point that all these traveling things can be reimbursed. The law provides for that, and we had these amendments into the tax code of Ukraine. However, unfortunately, we still have the third component that interlinks with the first task, namely, insurance should not come under taxation. So my apologies, Oksana Zholonovich is calling me, so let me give the floor to Natalia. Thank you, Yuri. This might be a sign that Oksana will join us in a couple of minutes. However, Yuri has mentioned the main things as we intended to move to the first stage of our discussion, the idea of reducing the tax burden on volunteering life. And we should think how to expand these practices, as it is very rare thing right now. So let me give the floor to our next speakers. I'm going to give the floor to Mrs. Elena Shulak. And let me mention that she is a member of Parliament of Ukraine who supported the idea of reducing the tax burden on volunteering life. We have been working on this issue for 1 year. We have one draft law registered, 1040, that provides for that. But as this situation goes forward, I intend to give the floor to Olena, and I'd like to hear from her what are the perspectives and how can we address this issue properly. So first of all, let me thank colleagues for inviting me. It's an important issue to discuss. We are going to discuss the state strategy in the development of volunteer movement. I have a question to all of you. Who can feel the support from the state on volunteerism? And unfortunately, 0 hands we have. And actually, that proves that Oksana Zhelenovich should have been with us today. And I'm going to share with you how we have been dealing with one minuscule issue for 1 year. And actually, this is an issue of ensuring of volunteer life safety that should be always at the center of the state. And small organizations approached me asking to support these ideas. We started working. We approved this initiative with tax police representatives, and this wasn't an easy thing to do. So we engaged Oleksiy. We actually approved it with the secretariat, and then we went for the approval with the Ministry of Finance. And we started that the Ministry of Finance pointed that this legislative amendments provides for some schemes that provides for evading from taxation, and they refused us to act further. Throughout all this year, we have been through 150 working groups meetings. We actually don't want to have this draft law to be approved, and we actually really wanted to finish this 1 year endeavor related to insurance of volunteers' life to be ended, to be completed logically. And indeed, we see the experience of the US, Canada, EU countries, and distinguished friends. 10 years we have been through the war, and we cannot even address such a tiny issue related to taxation. Our opponents can respond at the parliament. You have approved everything needed. However, statistics says us that unfortunately, zero positive addressing of these issues wasn't provided to be used further. So we have analyzed all these amendments, and now we are at the final stage of our adjustment with the Ministry of Finance, and hopefully by the end of the year we will reach to the full completion of this project. And the Ministry of Finance and the tax organizations, they want us to get information on the Ministry of Veterans, and actually we can attach as an additional burden to this ministry. However, we don't want to do it. So that all means that currently we are in the negotiating process with the Ministry of Finance, just to avoid all these red tape classics. And the second thing, and here we agree with the Ministry of Finance, if a person received the state, actually, if it didn't receive the state support, so in this case, the respective taxation should not be paid. And in opposite case, let us get back to the point number one. So in this case, the majority of our volunteers will be subject to the new taxation rules. And another things, I was really upset to tell you, our state doesn't understand to the full extent the full operational activities of our volunteer movements. So we might talk about different administrative expenses that might not account not for more 20%, and everyone should be employed therefore. And here, having heard that, we start explaining our state all the details, explaining why volunteers cannot be engaged in the staff organizations. And Yuri, I'm telling all these details to you to actually tell them to the Ministry of Social Policies. And it's important to go forward with that, as I'm not fully engaged in the activities related to social policies. However, I'm eager to at least resolve all these 3 points. So then some changes to the draft law 140. So for me, it's not important the number of this draft law, but I want to get to the logical end to this.
And such a minor issue, but still we can't reach the first reading on this one. And that makes me sad. There are a lot of questions that volunteers have regarding the support of development of volunteering activity and the amendments to the legislation that are required. I think that I am your ally here who would support all these initiatives. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Yes, being our ally in this work, that's indeed happening, and you really got involved into this process. Thank you very much for your support. And as to the governmental support, what you referred to, you just said that the Ministry of Finance always says there is a mechanism, you can get the support from the government, but in reality, if I ask the audience whether you know volunteers who have enjoyed this support, do you know volunteers whose family members died and as a result they received the support? I don't think there are going to be a lot of hands. Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, there were only 7% of those who received, and we see the number is going down compared to what we had before the war. Yuri, the floor goes to you, and then to Alexei. Over the past 5 years, I've been a chair of a supervisory board, and then I served in the army, and it's not an accident that I'm here, and we want to make sure that everything is okay with volunteering. Actually, insurance is not going to address the issue of the need for support of volunteering movement. My subjective opinion is that the legislation is only the foundation that potentially can give us success. The key slowdown factor for the civil society is the lack of strong opportunities for the government to support the initiatives of the civil society. The key thing that we have in the world. It's an endowment. We have them in Ukraine, but no one knows about them. As a result, we put it into the concept. I mean, this fact that the endowments need to be secure, and we need to create the mechanisms to properly establish this endowment by providing some, bonuses to the organizations that can use the support for their statutory activities. Because without really capable civil society organizations, even with fantastic legislation, opportunities to get some money back for insurance, if there is no donor support, then it won't be possible to implement the legislation. So I suggest you read the concept. It's going to be discussed over the next month. Those who were not involved into the development of the concept, please get on board. I don't think there's going to be a lot of criticism. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at the event. As to the support to the endowment and insurance, we're all vote for it as well. Oksana Ivanivna, as I understand, is prepared to play its part in the discussion with Minister of Finance and attend the committee meetings. We really expect that's going to happen. Alexei Ustenko. Our main support in the taxation committee for our audience to understand. Unfortunately, because of the position of Ministry of Finance and because of the amendments that are required for the tax code, this draft law we're talking about is not the easy one, is it? I'll try to be fast. Indeed, we have a lot of volunteers. The numbers are going down a little bit, as statistics indicate, but on the flip side, what I see, the people who used to be volunteers continue being volunteers, and this law will give a chance to effect payments. And I would also add the issue of compensation for the property that gets damaged if volunteers go to the front lines. I mean that we have a lot of volunteering organizations who support with evacuation, where police or social services cannot go to, for example, evacuation of children. I know Poltava volunteers who go to the hottest areas on the front lines. They started with Avdiivka when it was almost occupied. They went there to evacuate adults and older people and the children. There are animal volunteers who evacuate animals. There are volunteers evacuating people from Selidovo, Mirnogorod, Kurina. Some of them are present in the media space. You can check out their reports. Some of them have a smaller media profile where if they go to the smaller villages and towns that are almost fully occupied. Just recently, there was a video when our volunteers evacuating civilians came across a Russian soldier, because half of the place was under control of Russians and another half was a gray zone, but still controlled by Ukraine. And their property gets damaged all the time. I talk to volunteers a lot, and every time, I know that every time when you go to evacuate people, you understand that the bus you are using for that is going to be damaged. You would need to replace tires and the windshield because it's highly likely it's going to be damaged with fragments. Every time it happens, along with the risk to their lives. The volunteers who deliver food or tourniquets or medicines. Very often it happened that some people refused to get evacuated from the territory that is under regular attacks, like in Pokrov. There are thousands of people living there, and the villages around Pokrovsk. Also, there are people who continue living there, only 30–40% live there, just like in Kurakhova. Kurakhova is under regular attacks, just like Pokrovsk. So ensuring life and health condition and property of volunteers is crucial. It is just not fair when international organizations give funds, and just what we with Elena Xiva try to communicate to the Ministry of Finance, and I hope we have been finally successful, that it is not fair when a person pays taxes from the support that they receive or can't receive the support at all. That's why it is essential to do it before the end of the year. And this law must be considered in one reading in the full text, because it's important for Ukraine. And we tell to the Ministry of Finance that the government is not going to lose on anything. It's not about taxes. It's about the money that we need to accept. And if we approve the legislation, our volunteers will continue doing the job of these services and their roles of the government that are supposed to be there. Or on the flip side, their money may not be there. So if we accept the law, the volunteers will be insured. If not, they won't be. And I really look forward to the support of the Ministry of Social Policy, because it is them who should have initiated this draft law, and we hope that the MinFin will see that the problem is there, and that finally we can approve the law. Thank you, Alexei. You can't even imagine how pleasant it is to hear from you the words that you want to enhance this initiative and cover the property, because indeed the volunteers quite often use the property that does not belong to the organization, but they use their own cars. It would be fantastic if we could do something about it as well. Alexei also said, and that's important, the volunteer insurance projects are supported by international donors, and these international funds that will either be provided to Ukraine or not. So the benefits are all over the place. It's not only about insuring people, but also getting money that we didn't have before, because volunteers were not insured in the past. And our next speaker, Yevgen Kolata, will also talk about that. He is the head of the Coordination Humanitarian Center. This is an organization that has done a lot to start developing classic volunteering in the areas where it is super needed. So, Yevgen, over to you to talk to us about how your pilot project for insurance volunteers in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia works. And what are the prospects to insure more people from the point of view of the amendments to the tax code? Glory to Ukraine. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you for staying up for me. It's an important point for me, really. It's my third time in Kiev, and it's really hard for me to be in Kiev, because the topic is very much important, and sometimes I don't see the result. I agree that the insurance is only one of the elements for the support of the volunteering movement. And let me be frank with you, a little bit subjective too. in my humble opinion, the systematic work, consistent work, starts with attention and engagement of the government. I think government has no institution that on a system-wide basis support the volunteering movement in Ukraine and appropriate institutions. We don't have it. On the other hand, volunteering and charity, because I distinguish um, them and the social worker and the volunteer and the charitable worker. This is a whole package, a cluster of people who are helping Ukraine. Indeed, volunteers working for humanitarian assistance, for evacuation with animals and veterans. There are a lot of them of different types. So I think given this volunteering movement under the wing of some ministry is not right. Creating a council of volunteers at regional administrations is an initiative that the president has expressed. I think it should be established at on the level of the cabinet of ministers, because there are different issues that volunteers face, like evacuation, insurance, and other matters, and these matters are addressed by different ministries. There is a proactive team who are prepared to take up this project, and there are very smart, really people who can develop this movement and make it better. Because once again, this is a whole cluster of individuals. Another reason why it's hard for me to around Kiev is that we work with the smaller towns, with communities, with evacuation there on the ground. We work with humanitarian distribution and 680 organizations. We talk almost every day to all of them, and 127 people in my organization who try to support all them all the time. We're trying to make social polls, talk about the pains and needs, and we work with the humanitarian sector to help them in practical terms to develop the volunteering and charitable movement. And it's really hard for me to find time to come and talk about that, but I'm thankful to the Center for Democracy and the Rule of Law and the other partners for initiating this event, because we are trying to establish dialogue with the government and local governments. It is important during the war, especially because in Kharkiv and Zaporizhia regions, there is an actual difference. When the dialogue is in place, then the charitable sector becomes much more effective and faster. I've got only 2 minutes left. I'll talk a little bit about insurance. It's an important project. I've lost a lot of people. A lot of my ex-classmates, friends, people whom we met on the first days of the war. I can't give all the names. And for me, this is a important project for me personally. I know that many of you also lost a lot of people, and this is also personal for them. And we have a whole alley in Kharkiv region of volunteers who died during their voluntary missions, and we were collecting money for burials. We do it all the time. Now we are creating another alley to pay tribute to the volunteers, to plant some trees and flowers on their graves. And it's really hard for me to understand that we are doing a lot, we are giving a lot to the government. We see the steps towards us also from the government, but the bureaucracy stops us. Those, some schemes that the government is appealing to and referring to. So thanks to the embassy of the Switzerland and others, we introduced the insurance project. We insured altogether 2,550 volunteers in 3 regions of Ukraine: Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, and Dnipropetrovsk. Over 30,000 insurance cases happened over this time, and the insurance company covered them. Well, there was one lethal case, and the head of this organization is with us today, and we're waiting for the payment of 300,000 hryvnias from the insurance company. This project's idea was to cover the accidents and military risks. So all the military risks, regardless of the contact line. So I mean the attacks, injuries. The cap was 300,000 in case of death or the first group of disability, or accidents, like if a volunteer sprained his leg or twisted his leg while unloading the humanitarian assistance for. The payment of insurance policy was just over 2,000 hryvnias per year for volunteer, and we advocated that to Switzerland organization, and they said no, let's do it. Let's do the insurance through Swiss companies, and we said no, we want to have a huge tender. We want to make sure that the money is here in Ukraine, so that the money could work here in Ukraine, and we kind of engage investors in Ukraine, and we're facing a situation when Ukraine doesn't want, seems to not to want that. So for me and for yourselves, that's huge. The ensuring volunteers is one of the components or element that needs to be supported. After our meeting, I can give you a whole list of what volunteers need, starting from with energy security kits, so that they could work, in the office, could they have internet communication, and so that they could continue their work, up to the strategic session for them to take them out and show them the actual area for development. It's all about attention and engagement of both parties. Thank you.
Thank you, Evgeny. Thank you for all the things you have been doing. It not only for the issue of ensuring of volunteering, but overall for all your activities you do. If the Ministry of Finance was located in Kharkiv, our advocating efforts would be much more successful. This is I might refer to legislative issue raised by Olena Shulak. So we have several questions from our auditory. 2 minutes for that. I'm Alexei. Thank you for your statements. And the state program on the development of volunteering was raised here. However, we didn't manage to answer the question why volunteerism is so important here in Ukraine. I have a lot of friends who are volunteers. Also, we have professional organizations who work in this field, and they experience burnout. The state seems not to see them, and the state reacts if some issues appear. And Israel has an approach to the voluntarism as this is only harm. If a person tries to rescue any situations, for example, at the border point, a part of protective wall collapsed, and the state doesn't react, but a volunteer do something. So the state in this case doesn't have an overall view on that. So we tend to avoid the identification of what is volunteerism. Sometimes we call volunteers as the simple entrepreneurs working for a simple salary. But then the question, why the state should need volunteerism for a long-term period? How can it be developed if a person graduating from the university could try his or herself in different volunteering jobs to mention in his or her CV that the experience has been acquired. So we should know why the state needs volunteers. Thank you for your question. It doesn't necessarily attached to our discussion today, and we are talking about insurance issues, but we should work on the state target program to work on the whole system of volunteerism, just to have clear language to that, and a clear state policy should be developed. So we need to move forward, but the answer to your question is that we are going to engage everyone for giving proposals at the stage of forming of the state policy on volunteerism. So as of now, if there are any questions related to insurance, you can raise them. 2 minutes, and then we will move on. I'm Olga Tkachenko. Let me thank to our all speakers, and I have an extensive experience in this field. I see myself as a volunteer as well. However, I have an employment. I don't need insurance. But the question here, who is a volunteer? Do we have a pseudo volunteers? And here I refer with this question to the Ministry of Finance. Do you have any finance grants on that? So did you calculate how many volunteers we have and the amount of financing needed to provide insurance? Do we have any correlations between the time allocated by volunteers? And actually, as for me, I actually don't need anything. If I can help, I do it. I provide my counseling services. However, who is a volunteer? I know there are a lot of disusage of that. I know how different self-governed bodies can give any certificates for nothing. And we can call as volunteers for very tiny things done. So as for financial social grounds, do we have something on that? So we are in the process of communication with the Ministry of Finance. So as of now, we have the following: the insurance of volunteers by non-profit organizations doesn't take place, and taxation occurs only when agreements or various contracts are being concluded. on that. And we have the legislation on volunteer activities clearly states that volunteers can be engaged by the non-profitable organization where volunteerism is free of charge provision of services. We currently have an opportunity to conclude the specific contracts with volunteers with specific tasks assigned, time allocated for that, and only in case of these contracts to be concluded, we'll be able to provide insurance to our volunteers, followed with a possibility to reducing the tax burden. So if we follow the regulations, everything is clear and transparent. Even as of today, as of financing within the pilot project, we can register a specific number of volunteers, up to 399. So this is it in terms of financing. And there will be no losses for our budget compared to different things. So only isolated volunteers are ready to support these initiatives. This is not about on reducing of tax burden. This is about on encouraging of concluding contracts with volunteerism. Let me give a remark. I have told you about the systematic approach that should be delivered from the state. And first of all, we have the war in Ukraine, and I need insurance right now. I know all the volunteers. We track them as they work with us every day. They do reports, we gather for briefings. We know who work in fields. I mean, all these 2,000 volunteers are available for us. And these are primarily evacuating brigades who work in the most dangerous situations. Also, these are groups who work in frontline areas. So these are vulnerable categories of people. And what I'm trying to say, you raise your question correctly. There is a question referred to a clear terminology and time for work. However, first of all, we should be focused on volunteers who work for the non-profitable organizations. And these organizations should provide us with proper documentations. A quite large amount of them should be given. And we should check and verify all the details related to that, starting from social medias and ending to various documents, including internal ones. So we do verification. And actually, these are verification that we establish by ourselves. And this is all to simplify the process of identification of volunteers. Unfortunately, we don't have enough time for discussion, and I think that you were provided with a clear answer and a comprehensive one. We have just discussed with you the issue related to proper reducing the tax burden and insurance challenges. I'm so delighted that this issue is very interesting for you. Hopefully, we will be able to move forward in the issues we've talked about today, and all the amendments will be implemented. So the first stage has ended. So let us thank to all our speakers of this first stage. So thank you for everything you do. And Yuri will stay with us as he represents the Ministry of Social Policy of Ukraine. So huge thanks to all our speakers. Let us move to the second stage of our discussion. And actually, this is about age restrictions for volunteers. I invite Yuri Mironenko, Marina Popatenko. We will talk about one more issue that should be resolved through the law, and it should be another pillar of the development of volunteer activities. We should discuss the situation we have for today. And as for situation, it is as follows. So volunteers can become those as they came out of age. However, in practice, children can be attached to these activities. Lessons for volunteers activities are also be delivered. So reality is different, and we need to think how to regulate this issue. So heads of educational facilities deliver the educational process legally. And now I would like to give the floor to Yuri Mironenko, Council of Roman Hryshuk, Member of Parliament of Ukraine. He'll tell us everything in terms of legislative peculiarities and how we can regulate all this. Thank you for the invitation. And before we talk about the topic of child volunteership, and let me first answer what is volunteership. We are going to hear from Marina Potapenko and Dreaming and Acting program issues with 80% of engagement in volunteerism. And this is the biggest percentage we have, followed by educational programs, other activities, but this is taken as a key instrument of participation. Having that, quite recently, I have witnessed two opinions on the Facebook. The first one was related to the patriotic bringing up, and the second was that there is a need to invest into democracy, as without democracy there will be no state. And according to these results, Dreaming and Acting, we are in the middle of these two thoughts. We should build on the proper participation of our youth population. And today, if we take upon our topic, this is exactly why this draft law 1054 was established. We donate. It's an important pillar. However, volunteerism provides for the participation of children and youth as a social and correct culture that existed for quite a long time in EU countries, US, where there is no quite border age for being a volunteer. Our state actually clearly states that you can be a volunteer if you're 14 years old. However, reality is different. Therefore, we have initiated the draft law 1159 with the primary purpose to form an adequate and relevant culture of volunteerism that we have already. We do have volunteers that are beyond 18. However, they're not recognized in our system. So the draft law stipulates that those skills acquired throughout volunteerism can be enrolled into the results of a formal or informal education. The second thing is the implementation of volunteerism, and this reform was born throughout different working group related to work with children, and covered a lot of schools in Ukraine. This is a huge program with covering of the volunteers' activities. So we do have it. However, the message was to reinforce the results of this project to be embedded in the state policy to get volunteerism inside it. And the third important issues, and we try to introduce amendments to that. And within those amendments, we attempted to amend the possibility for younger volunteers to implement activities on volunteerism with the consent of their parents.
That should be done without any damage to the education, to the health, of course, and life, and in line with the program developed by the government. So it's a compromise that takes into account the interest of different stakeholders. Now this draft law is being considered in the committee. In the second reading, a lot of amendments have been submitted, and we hope that it will pass. The reading, we see that some of the MPs want to introduce additional responsibilities for the head to kind of promote the development of volunteering, but this is quite a controversial amendment. And still, we believe that the draft law contains a lot of key provisions, and we will insist to keep some of the norms that the MPs are opposing to make sure that the draft law delivers on its main function. Our objective is to develop the culture of volunteering amongst young people, children, by creating a healthy ecosystem where a child can not only become volunteer, but develop skills that would be included, acknowledged by the official education system, because it promotes the development of the child. Yes, I hope we will have an improved text by the second reading, because indeed the text needs to be formulated properly. I know that Yuri and Marina, who is going to speak now, took part in the drafting of the document to address these age limits. Marina Potapenko, she has some sort of experience of drafting such documents, and this norm on age limits is very much important. We want to have as volunteers as many people as possible. Marina is policy engagement advisor, dreaming and acting program at IREX Ukraine. We've been working for many years with you, and throughout all this time, we've been talking about developing the volunteering in Ukraine. For quite a while now, we've been talking also about acknowledgement of volunteering and volunteering activity we have been discussing a lot about the differences between the benefactors and volunteers, but still there is no program in place. We've been talking only about concepts or some, I don't know, basic changes that can be made on the level of legislation or regulations. Like the state program and the concept, it's a regulation, secondary legislation that comes from amendments to the laws, as we all know. Why does the government need volunteering? And you were straightforward here, and I also wanted to refer to your search. I heard this question in one of the opinion polls, and have you ever done volunteering? And many young people said that over the past year, what they did was they donated money for military purposes. 70% say that they donated money for the support to IDPs, animals. So 75% say that they supported some electronic motions and so on, so on, and so forth. And when we ask, have you ever heard about such a tool of participation of young people, 90% say that they heard about volunteering programs. That's actually something that teaches young people to be an active citizen, to play an active part in their communities. This is an education related element that develops the culture of participation, that develops you as a citizen. So we don't even ask ourselves whether we need a volunteer lesson at school. And if we want to regulate something, as we say in the concept, that to make sure that children can do volunteering even before they turn 14, we need to look at the school curricula, because there are a lot of lessons that may have theoretical and practical sides, like protection, defending Ukraine, or some other lesson that can help a child become a more active participant, understand the country, and learn how to do new things, to learn how to do them. Israel is not the only country that shows successful examples of implementation of volunteering. It all starts with school. It all starts with certain hours that you can have to help hospitals or shelters or whatever. And those those hours need to be included into the curriculum. So this is something that you learn in practice, and this is simple. It's easy to do. You can do it with adults who take responsibility for you as you do volunteering. And it's really easy to include that into the legislative framework. And I think we can learn on these examples. My colleague here, she already left, and she asked what document regulates that. As I understand, this is the amendments to the legislation, yeah, that we want to use to introduce those volunteering hours into the curricula at schools. But we need to take a further step. We need to fully prepare this mechanism. It has already been used widely in the EU. In the US, they have the short-term volunteering, long-term volunteering. They have the definition of volunteering hours that can be defined in the labor code or other codes, or there is a definition of volunteering that happens after school or after educational institution. There are a lot of cases there. We just need to become brave enough to implement that in Ukraine. Thank you, Marina. A brief point by Yuri. Yes, the draft law suggests the following. In our current legislation, we have the right of the volunteer to recognize, to have the volunteering hours recognized as internship. What is needed is their consent by the supervisor, but now we want to remove this factor. If you are doing volunteering during the internship, it should be acknowledged, just like at secondary school. If you volunteer as a secondary school student, those hours also need to be recognized. We had a meeting with the representatives of the Ministry of Education, where we discussed that we can do that on the level of the senior school, because the volunteering has this educational aspect that can be acknowledged. We have had some shifts in the schedule. My request to our speakers for the next round regarding the invitation of foreign volunteers. I want to invite all the speakers of the next panel, Daniil Popkov and Olha Valetenko, please join us here to continue our discussion altogether without making any family photo. We'd rather think about the questions and answers after the panel number 3 that we have planned in our schedule. Basically, what we wanted to talk is how can legislative changes facilitate the involvement of foreign volunteers. This matter remains outside of the scope of attention, unfortunately, because the volunteering resource of Ukraine is getting exhausted, getting worn out. But we need a lot of experts in many areas like demining or reconstruction. So we need to make sure that anyone could do volunteering in Ukraine. We need to have the migration legislation that fosters that. So our stage number 3 will talk about these particular matters. Olga Valetenko will join us. She represents the State Migration Service. Daniil Popkov represents the ZMINA Human Rights Center. We will also have Nadia Denisyuk. She'll join us online. And let's talk about this side of legislative regulation of volunteering. Olga, the floor goes to you. You've been with us. You've been doing communication on this topic for a long time. You know what needs to be done to facilitate the entry into Ukraine for volunteers who are foreigners. We have the support of the MPs. Unfortunately, Valery Zhib couldn't join us from the Interfactional Parliamentary Association that supports the volunteering movement. There is a legislative initiative, and maybe Olga will talk more about that. Good afternoon, Natalia. The State Migration Service is always ahead, on top of all the initiatives that benefit the country. When CSOs approached us and said there was a problem with foreigners who do volunteering work in Ukraine, and they have some issues with regulation of their legal status. And they explained what the problem was all about, and mostly it was related to the receipt of long-term visas or extension of stay in Ukraine. So we listened to them, and it was us who came up with the idea to amend our law on legal status of foreigners and stateless individuals. And at least for the duration of martial law, prescribe some easements for these people. In particular, we suggested to cancel the requirement for long-term visa for foreigners who arrive in Ukraine to carry out volunteering work. And I think this is going to change significantly all these migration procedures. It will simplify them. If you came across our migration procedures, you probably know that the procedure to receive the temporary stay certificate requires a number of really simple steps. You just need to apply a document, and as a result, you can cross the border with Ukraine um, without any problems and stay in Ukraine during the period indicated in the certificate. And we believe that if foreigners can get this kind of certificate without the need to receive a long-term visa, that would make the whole procedure simpler. We prepared the amendments of the law that would be valid until the end of the martial law. I don't know about the status of these amendments, of this document that we prepared. I don't know whether it has been registered yet, but we definitely support it. Why am I talking about the end of the martial law? Because this whole volunteering area, volunteering sector, it requires changes. In particular, everything related to the stay of foreign volunteers in Ukraine needs to be changed. Before the large-scale invasion, the government tried to submit a draft law to change the law on volunteering. It was developed by the Ministry of Social Policy. Why is it such a big thing? I can talk only on behalf of the Migration Service here, but I'd say that on the one hand, we need to simplify everything we can, but on the flip side, we should remember the security considerations, of course, because there could be a lot of foreigners who come and do help Ukraine, but it shouldn't be a channel to receive a long stay permit for Ukraine for people who want to use it for some fictitious purposes by just submitting a number of simple documents, but without doing anything, without doing any useful volunteering work. And unfortunately, these things happen as well. Some of foreigners come to Ukraine to receive this temporary stay permit and then use it to travel outside of Ukraine to other countries to receive social protection. My time is expiring, and I just wanted to say that this is a really important matter, and it's really important not to lose this balance of interest of the government and the interest of the civil society. But during the martial law, we are definitely supporting the proposal to cancel the visa restrictions for foreigners who are doing volunteering activity. Thank you for the support. And what is the status? Well, we are talking to law enforcement agencies now to formulate those standards so that it is an effective, simple mechanism, but that cannot be abused. We want to encourage certainly foreigners to take up these activities in Ukraine. And I want to give the floor to Daniel Popkov. He has a lot of experience of communication with law enforcement agencies in particular. So let's talk about this subject matter, because it's wider than just getting a long-term visa, is it? Daniel Popkov, legal advisor at the Zmina Human Rights Center. how does the legislation promote the engagement of invitation of foreign volunteers? I can answer this question that we have about 4,000 foreigners who are active volunteers. They received visas or have the permanent stay certificates. There are, let's say, another 4,000 that don't have visas. So altogether, we have about 8,000 volunteers, foreigners. Is it a lot for a country that is fighting for its existence, that is integrating into the European space? I think that's way too little, way too few. And let's find an answer. Why are there so few volunteers, foreigners, who are doing this volunteering in Ukraine? I've been working in this area for about 4 years. I can talk about the changes.
So the first question relates whether we have or not the informational resources for our foreign friends to get familiar with issues related to volunteerism. Do we have any financing for program to enable foreigners to come to us and giving them some life-saving aid? So as of today, any programs are not available. Even international financing are not engaged into that. Do we have a simplified legislative act to enable foreigners to come to Ukraine and to get visa simply and understandably with proper simplification? Also, it goes correctly to taxation, and it is all about all this structure, and we don't have any system so far. So we don't have any actions on the side of the government. Their efforts to engage foreigners from friendly countries, and from all of those foreigners, they come to us on their own will. And also public organizations, charitable organizations have helped them in that. So all people who want to come to us with support, they do it just as they want to do. We quite often talk about demographic crisis, human resource leakage. That is a problem in our defense attempts. And indeed, we have several reports dedicated to civilian losses during this war, mentioning the number of activists, citizens, civil citizens have died or were killed. And the question here, who is going to replace them? Who is going to develop different strategies? And this issue is not on our agenda. However, foreigners can be engaged, and many of them would like to be embedded. However, with this artificial barrier, it's impossible for them to be engaged in this defense efforts. And this is so good that we have people who duly understand those problems. However, the government don't have it. And we recently had a communication with the law enforcement agencies and other agencies on the issue of simplification of procedures. They refused us. And actually, the answer is that everything is well organized, so no need to change anything. And they see foreigners as spies. However, 8,000 foreigners are now in Ukraine and nothing harmful is going on. Also, the SBU has identified an informal procedure. So I'm talking about interviews and with public organizations to confirm that this is a volunteer. So why don't we scale up these interviews, these verifications? We support this idea. However, we think that law enforcement agencies are not interested in doing this job. They are eager to open criminal proceedings against volunteers who simply wanted to bring dozens of vehicles for Ukrainian forces. And they are undergoing criminal proceedings for that. So my dream is state bodies, the Ministry of Social Policies, to come to the public sector with a request: how can we help you? How can we foster your abilities? How can we prevent all those difficulties? So thank you so much. Our joint work lies in the field that you come to the law enforcement agency, ask something, and then have the result. Distinguished participants, we have an online speaker, Nadia Denisyuk, charitable organization that lays society. So she managed to join us only online. So can you please specify the issues related to volunteers as foreigners? And I'll try to be brief. So there are two important issues. We are talking today about the concept and tools. So as for concept, our speakers have outlined it. So the procedure is quite simple. And I actually researched this topic in terms of how volunteers in Israel are being informed. And in actually those countries, I can say that their informing is not good enough. It should be rectified. And I'm telling this information as a partner at Accent Partners, as I can see this process from different angles. So for someone, it's important to go to Ukraine to help. However, those complicated issues are a barrier. So also there is an issue related to official invitation that should be given to foreigners, and this doesn't work, and it's a big issue to introduce this request into the system. So some delays come afterwards. So there is no logic in these proceedings, and explanations also don't exist. And if we have simple procedure, then it could be applied. And the second issue, a conceptual one, related to the work foreigners do in Ukraine. So they help with something they see. Then they come back to their homeland, telling other their relatives, colleagues about the situation here. So also it is all interlinked with different policymakers, other partners. So actually they inform others about the situation here. And the more people we will be able to encourage, to help, to direct, to refer to those who can help. The more people will be encouraged in continuation of our cooperation. For example, in Germany, the charitable organization can be registered for half a year. Here in Ukraine, it takes only 1 day. But when a foreigner hears about the obstacles, he doesn't really want to go forward. So first of all, we need to get rid of barriers, bureaucratic ones that doesn't foster any effectiveness for the state overall. And second, we should remember that foreigners are not only resources and financing donations. So these are our friends, and they come from democratic countries where parliament has been selected by people, and actually they should foster our support. Thank you so much. Thank you for such wonderful proposals we can already implement on the level of our program and on the level of national strategy. So these are so trivial things related to visa issues, simplification in taxation, etc. However, these are so valuable, and the Minister of Finance should be engaged, and the Ministry of Social Policies should be engaged. Actually, they should enter more information about that on their website. So I'm hugely grateful to all our participants for joining us today, for voicing their important ideas and work they do behind of those words. We should talk a lot about decisions. And as of now, my apologies for taking away 20 minutes of your lunch time. However, we should be able to manage to finish our lunch prior before
за керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією, благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери, це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах.
саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», промприлад «Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої – це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'являлися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери, небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні, бо ми прагнемо найкращого.
Лікарі-волонтери з усієї України і не тільки виїжджають на прифронтові та деокуповані території для того, щоб забезпечити комплексну допомогу цивільному населенню. Перший виїзд в Херсонську область, він був не з метою полікувати і надати медичну допомогу, тому що ми розуміли, що треба поїхати і зрозуміти, з чим ми будемо мати справу. І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3 стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди-травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо там по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов. Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще
якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо тут, ми можемо, значить, ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією, благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери, це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли йдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Це наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», «Промприлад Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої. Це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'являлися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери. Небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні, бо ми прагнемо найкращого.
Лікарі-волонтери з усієї України і не тільки виїжджають на прифронтові та деокуповані території для того, щоб забезпечити комплексну допомогу цивільному населенню. Перший виїзд в Херсонську область, він був не з метою полікувати і надати медичну допомогу, тому що ми розуміли, що треба поїхати і зрозуміти, з чим ми будемо мати справу. І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3 стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичний терапевт.
Multidisciplinary. We also have the therapist with us, and we have various doctors. So we are traveling on Saturday and Sunday because most of the doctors are working, and therefore they are working 5 days per week, and in their 3 days they are volunteering. Every doctor in general has 15 consultations and more, and sometimes it can be even 40 consultations per day if we are working 10 hours a day, and it depends on the conditions. Actually, the first, and I would say the most successful cooperation we had with business was the Kherson support with, and we have created synergy of business, government, and volunteering, because in Khersonska Oblast we cooperate with the head of the Khersonska military administration and with the head of the Department of Health, and at that point we know where should we be, and the business supports us and bring us to the right location, and we know that we will be able to return and we will be able to provide the sustainable assistance, which is very important for our people, because unfortunately we do understand that at the places where the medical infrastructure is not in the best state to provide the assistance, we understand that maybe it will take some time for it to rebuild, and therefore we understand that we have to support if we can. The doctors volunteers in Frida mission more than 200 and more than 300 students all around Ukraine, and we want to come to the very remote locations in Ukraine. Dear participants, just in case someone has confused and wanted to visit Crimean platform, it is on the 2nd floor in the blue hall. is the whole Pokrovska, and Dasha can bring you there if, in case you came to the wrong session. But nevertheless, on our session, we have the speakers and they are ready to start, and the moderator.
Трошки ми затримались просто на обід, і я так розумію, тому так вольготно заходимо після обіду. Але якщо модератор Максима вже тут, то я передаю мікрофон.
Максима, як можемо запрошувати? Зараз ще раз.
The sound is not sufficient for the interpretation. The mics are off.
Я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека.
It's probably the first time when I see these kind of people. Your safety is as much important as security. Remember that there are always people who will listen to you and share the things which worry you. Ukrainian IT army is tens of thousands of volunteers who are fighting the Russian Federation. Dear colleagues, I think that we can start our discussion. So I would like to invite the speakers to join us. Please take your seats. Максим Луканюк, Оксана Павлюк, Pavlo Ostrovsky. Please take your seats. And Miss Olena Shuliak, and we are going to continue. And also today we have the speaker online, that is the Secretary of Бердичев City Council, Богдан Коляда. Oh, dear colleagues, we are here, we are both here and online. We are in this hall and online. We are on ground floor, and therefore if the air raid alert will happen, we will be able to continue because we're in the secured place. My name is Maxim Latsiba. I work in I'm the head of the Civil Society Development Programs, and you see IPR, and now we are going to discuss citizen. So 1 year ago, also during the week of the civil society, which was identified as the second week of September, we also had the panel and we were discussing the civil participation. And 1 year has passed by, and I think that during this year, at least the Верховна Rada Parliament was working really strong. And 1 year ago, we were talking about 4 draft laws, and now we can say that we have 3 laws, and one of them was already adopted, and 1 more draft law. And beside that, I think that lots of local authorities, self-governance authorities can say that the decisions which were meant to include the citizens in the work of the self-governance. But what did we manage and what we will have in the future? Well, I hope that my colleagues, the participants of this panel, will be able to present us and to tell us more, and so to say, to share. And the colleagues who are in this room, please prepare your questions, ask your questions, and join our dialogue. So I'm passing the floor to the head of the committee of the Верховна Rada, and I call this committee of freedom, and because they are the ones who are in charge of the regulation of the representative democracy, I mean the elections, the law on elections, the participative democracy. So all the questions on the mechanism on the participation of the citizens. So there is a democratic committee. Head of the committee of the Верховна Rada of Ukraine of the organization of the state power, local self-government, regional development, and urban planning, Olena Shuliak. So please share your ideas. Good afternoon once again. So we had lunch, and I guess during lunch we had some small panel discussion with Maxim, and we've discussed lots of questions which are related to the topic of our panel. But nevertheless, I would like to start with probably not the most popular thesis statement. Recently, in the last years, we've heard lots of messages from the members of the parliament, from the international community. We are talking about one of the most successful reforms in Ukraine, that is decentralization. And during the implementation of this reform, we have passed over lots of authorities, lots of money, land, property, whatever, and we have forgotten to improve the issues with obligations and responsibility. But nevertheless, when we are talking about successful reform of decentralization, we forget that this reform can be called successful only in case, if we remember, that the citizens of these hromadas, they have an impact on the decision-making on the local level. And as of now, I think that our hromadas, our citizens, they are not able to have an active impact. And me, as the citizen of Kiev, well, actually, nobody is asking me whether they want to build a bridge to the island in front of my house or to build a bomb shelter. And I can do nothing. I can write petitions and no one is going to read it. And even as a member of the parliament, people are asking me for this support. But to be honest, me as a citizen of Ramada, I have just a very limited set of tools. And of course, I would like all of us, when we are talking about decentralization, to pay more attention to important for decentralization things and also about the tools of the self-government and also about some other things which help to engage citizens of Gromadas to decision making. So another association that pops up in my head is that the Parliament of Ukraine has adopted during the war, we have adopted one law about the FAIR. Probably you know that is a fund of the regional development, and it had millions of hryvnias. And from these funds, somehow the money were distributed in a very interesting way, and there were commissions. The members of the parliament were there, and the officials were there, and they were the ones who were deciding what will be built in Ramadas as in the framework of the development. We've made a small revolution, and despite the fact that the fund of the regional development has zero funds, but nevertheless, we have described that there is opportunity and actually the obligation that through DIA, the members of Gramadas, if this fund will have money, they will be able to vote for the development. So they are the ones who are going to choose the projects. To be honest, we have some documents, so we who are running the ceiling because how they citizens are going to make the decisions through DIA app because not everyone has app DIA and not all of the people are able to use this app. And let's cancel this law because well, we need some approaches. So we need commissions, members of the councils, and so on and so forth. So I have a very big request to you, Maxim. So when we are talking about decentralization, let's not forget about the important things we are going to discuss right now. We, when we were working on Ukrainian plan facility, Mr. Kubrakov's team, Alexandra Zarkina, did everything possible for one of the indicators in Ukraine facility to have the described names of draft laws, for example, 4254 on the public consultations, and we wanted to add 6319, but we didn't manage it, to be honest. But I think that thanks to the fact that these draft laws were in the Ukraine facility, for example, the draft law on the public consultations, it was adopted by the parliament. And frankly speaking, the members of the parliament, they do not want to have these consultations and the government doesn't like it. And also the local authorities do not like that much. And in this case, we are talking about the new policy of discussion and we have to spread it. We have to discuss it. We have to show that it's not scary. And by the way, with our partners, USA Rada and the Institute Republic, we have the third round of the sessions, and we are joining hundreds and hundreds of people to this public consultation, and it's not scary. And moreover, even started liking it when the partners are providing the support. And to be honest, there are so many things during these public consultations. They are kind of on the very top, but sometimes we can't see them. And these things are so easy to fix that I would like to repeat that I even feel pleasure when I'm providing these kind of public consultations. And also we have the opportunity to make fast decisions, and it's really great. And at the moment we have 7283 and the other draft law. Thank you, Maxim, for doing the advocacy and helping us with the opposition to work on the amendments so that it won't take a lot of time because these draft laws were going around the whole. At the moment, these draft laws were not signed by the president, and 7283 is in the office for quite a long time, and we know that the office of the president, even though they are adopted by the Council of by Verkhovna Rada, do not get the signature of the president. But nevertheless, I'm sure that we will be able to push on it, and they will become laws which we are going to implement. By the way, I had a discussion with the Ministry of Digitalization and also with the representatives of the experts, and at the moment they are developing the technical solutions for us to have digital online platforms for these kind of discussion and consultations and the other things. And I think that, and as soon as 7254 will be signed, we will start technical implementation and we will start the new decrease, the work on the new decrease. And speaking of the 7283, we have shown that despite the fact that the draft law was not signed, nevertheless, so we can approve statutes, so we can organize the advisory boards, so we can react on petitions if we see ones from the citizens and the government wants the people to be heard. And therefore, I think that in our committee, there are lots of things which we can develop, and we can develop democratic tools. And I'm sure that we are not going to stop on that. And I'm not talking about 6203 and concerns of government. And I'm sure that the representatives of Roman Lozinski will tell more, but these are the things which are interrelated. Transparency, accountability, and the possibility to participate the decision-making, and all of these things, they are about wealthy, inclusive Gromada. Gromada in the modern European Ukraine. Thank you.
Дуже дякую.
Thank you. Online we have Bogdan Kolyada, but we can't hear him. Mr. Bogdan, today you have your birthday. Mr. Maxim has told me that, so let me congratulate you with your birthday, and we wish you the best thing we can wish to any Ukrainian is to prevail, and the rest is. So I wish you the inspiration for all the good things you are doing. So thank you very much. Thank you with all the participants of forum. Thank you very much. All these offers are for you, Mr. Bogdan. Thank you very much, Mr. Bogdan. But now we would like to ask Mr. Pavlo Ostrovsky, and after you, we will invite you for the word. So, Ms. Elena, thank you very much for these words and for the contribution you've made, because you are the main promoter of this agenda of the development of the participative democracy and the parliament. And I know that you will have the meeting after these forums. So I would like to thank you for participation, and we are continuing. As Ms. Olena has already mentioned, there is one law which is adopted and approved and even implemented, and that is very important. The law on informational accountability, transparency of the self-governance. And we know that information is the oxygen for democracy. Everything starts with democracy. We have information, and then we have the understanding and desire to participate. And they want to participate, the citizens want to participate, the hearings or to initiate something. And therefore, let's come back to the basic things. That is informing. Mr. I know that you were the deputy of Drushkivska City Council, and now you're the Roman Lozinski assistant and co-author of this law on the in digital transparency. Could you tell us what do these new laws and new standards are giving us, and how the implementation goes? And maybe you can give us some advice as to the official bodies and to the citizens, how we can install this system of the transparency.
I remember we met 1 year ago at the forum hosted by this organization, and it would be good to complete the approval of those legislative acts, the draft laws at the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. So let me start actually from the very past of our history and cite an example based on one of the city council where there was a total disadvantage and unwillingness to hear people. And in Drushkivka, we started to work on the establishing of a statute. And we actually invited people to hear from them their opinions. We also invited experts from Kiev. Actually, Maxim went to us and we realized what particular tools should be. Unfortunately, our city council has changed a lot what we have worked on. And actually, their document included such a wild norms, refusing peaceful gathering. So that is not aligned with the constitution of Ukraine. And why did we have such an awful experience? And the reason is the monopoly. And this thing is a very harmful one, leading to the harmful effects. And on the example of Drushkivka City Council and with their approach, actually any experts were not invited. Actually, if a person comes to them, they may be approached with the question, why did you come to us? Actually, we promoted democratic changes in the proceedings related to the Verkhovna Rada's sessions with constant broadcasting of them. And we worked a lot. Therefore, it was incredibly difficult to get to this point. Actually, I was even taken away from the session and did other things related to that. So then I realized the thing that once monopoly or any famously parties are available, then nothing will happen. And actually, I proposed one of the people's deputy to join to these initiatives in terms of what should be changed to be in the interest of our citizens. Therefore, I was engaged firstly as the people's deputy, then as an assistant to Roman Lozinski, and throughout our consultancy with expert views, with self-governing bodies, with local people's deputies, we reached to our joint view in terms of how this draft law should look like. And actually, I have a presentation, and if I may, I'd like to see it right now. So let me tell you about key norms of this law. And I actually used to call it 6401. However, it has another number. So a compulsory video recording should be available under this law. And this is not applicable during martial time in offline format. However, online format is available. Also, recording and reserving, saving these recordings should be maintained to enable citizens to watch them, to form an opinion. Also, the law prescribes, and some people's deputy were surprised about that. So the law prescribes to have all the sessions in Ukrainian language. And imagine in different regions, Kharkiv, Drushkivka, the refusal to use Ukrainian language. So we were obliged to establish it in the law. And also the law stipulates meetings, personal responsibilities, and voting with the identification of names. It's incredibly important, and this information wasn't available before this law was adopted. Also, public and public availability of the property register should be done, and inventarization results should be available as well. So this is hugely important both for the Hromadas and business, for everyone who would like to be active within Hromadas. Any NGOs, civil organizations. So this is all about to agree on different property usage once it's available. So this information should be opened, and now it is prescribed officially in this law. So this law came into effect on the 15th of May this year, and as for video recording, we're talking about 3 months period to give this time for local councils to be prepared for that. And these norms actually are applicable since the August. And how can it be done? I can say that the self-governing bodies have already managed to comply with these new norms. Actually, this openness, political will, and possibilities for citizens to participate in these events is very crucial. And during these meetings, the main discussions are being held, even with numerous points at the agenda. Only limited amount of points would raise arguments. And if there is a need to introduce amendments, then a discussion should be held within the commissions with 6, for example, MPs, but not 36, where there is enough time to have a detailed consultations. So this law is already effective, and all the mentioned laws provide opportunity for citizens to participate in local self-governing, to be co-author of all these draft laws. So it's all about the impetus for our people to participate. And also, there is a need for a push sometimes, so to say. Once the government doesn't want to do something, the citizens should be able to do so. So thank everyone who push forward, who extend the ideas to our government. And I know that there are applications from our society to adopt those changes, those amendments, and with their assistance, we already have them and we can use them. And actually, hopefully these 2 draft laws mentioned before will be approved or signed by our president. So thank you so much for this your remarks. I have now expanded my knowledge in the legislative regulation. And anyway, to introduce all these new norms and regulations, we need to raise and to solve many questions. And if it's still unclear what changes should be made in terms of openness, transparency, so the first the First People's Deputy Assistant Roman Lazinski will be able to answer them. And then we move towards a Secretary of Berdichev City Council, to Mr. Bogdan Koleda, and I kindly ask him to turn on his camera to see his statement and him actually. So we managed to do so.
І чуємо, так.
Чудово.
Бо в цьому році,
So
24-му
this
році,
year,
Бердичівська міська рада зробила просто
Berdichev City Council has done a huge step forward, and they didn't have the statute before. Now we have the most transparent and open statute in Berdichev. It has been registered, and the leader in all these initiatives was Bogdan Koleda. Therefore, we would like, first of all, to join to all kind words to you. Wish you all the best. Wish you to have inspiration, and hopefully we will have only good news from Berdichev City Council, and all those good news should be about our citizens. So give us an overview in terms of what are the new tools available for our citizens. So let me welcome all the participants of this forum and thank you for these kind words, for ability to present a specific scope of work be done in Житомир region, in particular in Berdichev City Council. So let me present a specific work done in our Hromada. Let me start that from the fact that Berdichev City Council is open for our citizens. Therefore, last autumn, we decided to develop and approve the statute for our territorial Hromadas. But at the beginning of this year, we have already had a document, and our MPs have verified it and approved it as well. And actually, this document was very good developed. As for the establishment of our statute, we went through a very democratic path. First of all, the city council has initiative to establish a working group. Then MPs were included into it from all the fractions, profile experts, specialists, and most importantly, we included civil society to be engaged, to be heard by all the participants of our Hromada. Then we had more than 10 working groups meetings, and after we developed our statute and provided it for the public overview, and it was vital for us, as without doing so it would be a wrong way to move forward to the parliamentary approval. And after this overview, we adopted it unanimously. And as for the working group, I led this working group, and all the members of this working group were selected in the way to establish very qualitative document in line with the legislation of Ukraine and practices of Hromadas who have already managed to work on the statute. So in our statute we took into account such provisions, and it used to be the draft law 4254 and 7283 on public consultation and on people's power at the local self-government level. And the statute includes a wide range of tools, and indeed they all reflect the participation of civil society. That's why we did it. The procedures of accountability from the self-governing bodies faced some arguments. However, the time being, we will see how it will work, as self-governing bodies should be accountable to our citizens. And also video recording, as it's prescribed by the law 6401, was also implemented. As for the statute and the issues regulated, the implementation of public consultations, video recording and publishing on the website of these recordings, different procedural provisions of general gatherings in line with the law 7283 on people's power at the local self-government level. Then provisions on self-government, and in the future we will take into account all the remarks raised within this provision. And actually the provisions on IDPs also were included into that. Starting from 15 years old, our people can participate in these initiatives. So according to our statute, the head of Hromadas should report during the public meetings. So our statute came into effect since February this year, and the work of our Radas hasn't been blocked, as it was stated by some MPs. Overall, we continue implementing the same movement in other Hromadas. We would like to work forward, and glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Thank you so much. You have outlined all the tools so vividly, and I even know that our next speaker have very limited amount of things to say, as you told us a lot of details. So I can see that you are on your way forward. So next year, hopefully, you will be able to tell us new details and tell us about new tools. Thank you. And we would like to give the floor to Maxim Nikinyuk, who represents an independent research institute. He is a co-author of all the draft laws
and most of the statutes, and he is a person who can see everything from different sides. And Mr. Maxim, tell us, please, what should we be willing for? Good afternoon. Can you switch on the presentation, please? Thank you. So today I'm going to have two roles. First of all, I'm going to be the citizen and the representative of the civil society, and the other my role for today is the expert on the participation. So as we have already said, we are talking about 4 laws, 3 laws and 1 draft law. And in 2023, we were talking about draft laws, and now we're talking about law. What is good? The one of them is already working, and it helps the society to get involved in the life of the society and to see the world from the life from inside. And two of them are waiting for the president to sign them, and they are they in the office for 3 months. But nevertheless, we think that the president will switch from the word to the laws, and these laws will be signed. And the last draft law is 6319 on the work on for OSN, and also it is something that the civil society really needs. And we hope that this year it will go through the second reading in Verkhovna Rada Parliament. And therefore, two more words about the law 3590 on how we as the experts are helping to implement it. We, in the framework of our work, have prepared the typical the draft solution, and it implements the standards of the law in the acts in the self-government. And the second one is on its final way, that is on the end mile. So there are the technical recommendation, but we on the implementation of the video fixation storage of these meetings that are going to be quite expanded explanations with schemes, with lots of diverse schemes, and also recommendations on even the equipment which is needed, which one is more expensive, which one is cheaper, and how it is better to use, and in which way to implement, for example, in the village or the town councils, because we understand that the levels of the budget, the levels at the rooms might be different. So all of these things will be mentioned in these recommendations. And these recommendations are at the designers. So unfortunately, we didn't manage to finish everything till forum. And the next week, this document will be ready. So we will publish it on both our page and on our website of the organization. So the next thing is what we were talking about. That is the draft law 7283, and now it is the law of Ukraine 73303 on the power of the citizens on the level of the local self-government. And everything's fine here. And if we are talking about who needs it, first of all, that is me who need it, because me, as the citizen of Ramada, I moved to another house, and now I can see that I lack communication with the government. I have horrible sports ground, and I do not know how we can resolve it. In 4 months, in my house, the pipes were changed for 4 times and everything's breaking down. And I understand that I have to find some civil initiatives or the public hearings with the government to resolve this issue right now and here. And for this, I need the tools of this law. And therefore, yes, indeed, I need this law. And I think that when the law will start working, I think that these tools will be also available for you. But nevertheless, we understand that this law is waiting in the office of the president. By the way, we made an infographics where we have shown all the positive points of this draft law, and with this QR code, where you can download more information on it. So what would we like you to do? Because as Maxim has already mentioned, democracy is made by the hands of many. We, as NGOs and other NGOs, have sent the letters to the president, and also we would like to ask you, if possible, to do the same. We have prepared this kind of letter where we have explained everything, and the only thing you need is just to write the name of your organization, the surname, and to send it with Ukroposhta to the mailbox of the office of the president. And when we will be mentioning this law for so many times, we would like to remind the deputy and maybe the the office of the president that this law is really needed. And let's hope it will be signed. So, speaking of the public consultation, the same thing. Very good law. And once again, me as the citizen, I need it because we are talking about public consultations on the level of the national government and the local authorities. And me as a citizen, I'm able to use it. The same thing is suggested with this law. We will prepare the same letters. And if you are able to join us, please do that. Join our teamwork, please. And what do we expect in the future? So, what do we expect this year? So, we would like to establish coalition with NGOs which will support the development and implementation of these three laws. Because for the implementation, we need quite a lot of NGOs. We need quite a lot of work to be done. And if we want all these norms, all these standards to be working in every Hromada, in this case, we need a lot of hands, and every Hromada, every NGO in their Hromada will be developing this law. And we expect strong coalition on the implementation of these laws. Thank you. Thank you a lot, Mr. Maxim. And we had an advocacy element in your speech and forcing to get rid. But nevertheless, dear colleagues, democracy is made by many hands, and I'm sure that the president of Ukraine, Mr. Zelensky, will sign the law on the public consultations, and that is one of the obligations in the facility plan for Ukraine, and he will sign these laws. Well, let's make our wishes. On the 15th of September, we have the democracy, and maybe the office of the president was waiting for this day. Maybe they wanted to sign this document on the 15th of September, and they wanted to sign these draft laws. So let's send the pride thoughts to the space, and also let's not forget about the printed letters to the office of the president to remind how important these letters are. But let's not forget, as soon as this law is signed, there is a lot of work of ministries, of lots of officials on the implementation. Then we have action plan, and all the government machine starts working really fast. So the most favorite ministry is the Ministry of Infrastructure, and I would like to pass the floor to Ms. Oksana Pavluk, who is the head of the Department for Local Self-Government Development and Interaction with Council of Europe Institution, Ministry of Community Development, Territories and Infrastructure of Ukraine. The adoption of this law, but nevertheless, well, the law is adopted, and I think that it will take a few weeks and it will be signed. What kind of plans does the ministry have, and what kind of the next steps? What does your ministry's plan to do, and what do you expect from the local self-government, and how can we as citizens can help you, how altogether we can implement all these tools? Greetings, dear participants of the forum. Me, as a representative of the Ministry of the Territories and Hromada's Communities Development, and the department which is responsible for the self-government, I would like to make an emphasis on the tasks, on the development of the civil participation in the context of the implementation of the laws, because decentralization is not just passing the authorities and the mandate to the local authorities, but also enhancing the responsibility of the local authorities towards the citizens, enhancing the participation of the citizens in the management and also implementation of the decisions on places. So the key document which defines the basics of these laws is a concept, the concept which was adopted back in 2014 by the government, and in the future there were the tasks developed on the implementation of the concept. Right recently, in March 2024, The government has approved the new action plan till 2027, and among the key tasks, 9 tasks, we also have the separate block dedicated to the development of the direct power of the citizens. And also we have the Ukraine plan for in the framework of the Ukraine facilities. And also there are tasks and measures mentioned in this document. Speaking of the concept of the reform of the local self-governments and the territorial organization of government in Ukraine, we had the task, the provision of the maximum involvement of the people to the decision making, the development of the statutes of Gramadas and the technical documentation, the strategies of the Gramadas, and also consultative and advisory bodies in the framework of the Gramadas, and improvement of the procedures. And also, even at that time, we had a task on the enhancing expertise, civil expertise on the decisions of the local authorities. And it's really great that in 10 years, we have so many initiatives on implementation of these tasks, and they were done or on the stage of the implementation. And actually, the result happened because we cooperated with the NGOs, because without you, we wouldn't have been able to develop these kind of draft laws, which are actually meeting the needs of citizens. And as for a new action plan from the government till 2027, as I already mentioned, among 9 tasks, we have task number 7, creating conditions and involvement of the citizens to decision-making on sites. And I would like to mark the key draft laws which are foreseen by the plan, that is adoption of the law on the power of the citizens on the local level, that is the law on the self-government authorities, and the public consultations. And also we are planning to, in case the laws will be approved on the power of citizens, we have the recommendations for the implementation of these laws. The tasks we as a minister have the task will be implemented, will be presented in 2 months after adoption. And here we would like to have the support of NGOs and the civil society, because in fact, we already have very positive experience with UNCPD and with other partners on the developing of recommendations and statutes of Gramadas, which I think were the great push, the first step for the standards and also democratic statutes in Gramadas, which meet the needs of people and can be used by the citizens to participate the local democratic processes. And what else I would like to add in the context of these laws? As we know, the draft on the power of government, we do not have the registration of the statute, and also the statutes approved by all the councils. And therefore, we are planning, and that is a task probably that we will have in the next action plan on the implementation of the national strategy of the civil society, on the monitoring of adoption of the statute in the framework of the reform of the local self-government, which we're doing on the quarterly basis. And we will also be collecting the information on the adoption by the statutes by the councils. And we needed to understand the dynamics to see where they need support. Besides that, we have the task on the improvement of the involvement of the participants of the civil society in the processes of the recovery, on selection of the projects of recovery, and also the support of the self-government and the military administration during the preparation and consultations with the citizens on the recovery. And as we have mentioned, the plan of Ukraine, thanks to the initiative of the ministry, we had the task in the framework of the decentralization reform. We had the task to enhance the capacity of the citizens in the decision making. And we have suggested 3 draft laws, but in fact, maybe that was a correct decision because the public consultations is the law which is quite complex and it regulates quite a lot of topics and it allows to develop the participation of the citizens on both national and local level. So I guess that's it from my side on the plans, on the tasks. And as you can see, it's really great that we have the same ideas and plans with civil society. So I'm waiting for the close cooperation because, of course, only with communication, only in synergy, we can achieve positive results for the development of Gramadas in the democratic way. That's it from my side. Thank you very much for attention and see you in the future cooperation. Thank you, Ms. Oksana. Thank you. So it is too positive ending, but you know, we had so many years of very tough discussions to get this common vision. And actually, that's really great because the reform of decentralization at that point, we were writing in back in 2014, we were walking around with banners, reform #1. And in fact, it is really successful. And successful because we had lots of communication, lots of discussions, and it was very massive. We were discussing that both in Kyiv, in the regions. And, you know, we were talking, we were developing the common vision and the position. It is still working and we have the joint vision. Well, the most important thing now is to get the signature of the president and the public consultation and also for the power of them of the citizens. Dear colleagues, we have a few more minutes. Maybe you have suggestions, questions, or proposals because Ms. Oksana has announced some very serious events for the support of the implementation of the laws. Maybe you've seen yourself in this plan, and maybe you want to become the part of the working group. So please raise your hands, take the mics, and please. Will someone give the mic? No. Okay, I'll give one. Thank you, Maxim. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your huge work. Alexandra Ranchenko, the Eastern the software from the Eastern Europe EGAP program, and where they are using your software, your e-petitions, your budget, school e-budget. So e-consultations, which you started to implement much earlier on the local level, earlier than the law. So we've talked a lot about this. So thank you very much for your efforts, and please use the software. It's free of charge, and they provide the consultations, and Ms. Oksana is providing the consultations. So thank you very much. Speaking of the consultations and the platform, actually we were preparing the platform for the law in 2018. It seemed like it's right now when they are going to adopt it, and therefore we are glad that maybe this time they will adopt it.
We have even people who use those software platforms, and it's important to have interested people who are engaged in decision making. So I'm a member of coordinative council. I have a question. The law on power of people prescribes online tools. The question: currently, we have a wide range of tools for public participation, at least 20. However, not all the tools can be used during the war safely, and also with regard to inclusivity and transparency. So my question: how can those tools be implemented anyway? And to continue thoughts of Maxim, let me mention that once we come to Ramadas, thinking that they don't have them platforms, we then all of a sudden identify that they actually have it. So if we have a working group established, we are very eager to join this group, among others. So to respond, if I'm not mistaken, the Article 61 in the form of public participation, stipulate a list about it, and also it stipulate that it is possible to use e-format. So if you want, you can use emass platform in digital format. So this is not an obligation, but just a right. And you can act how comfortable it is for you. And my answer would be yes, and to assist the government bodies in the implementation of different tools and selection of right mechanisms for e-public consultations and public discussions. So probably new methodological recommendations will include a separate block with reference and links to numerous questions in terms of how these or that tools can be used. Thank you for mentioning e-tools. Ukraine is the first country who implemented e-school tool, and this is not at the beginning, this is just an active development, and if we continue this way, we will go forward on that. Of course, let us reinforce it and then recommend.
Колеги, насправді час закінчиться. Дякую,
So
Олексію.
our time is over. Thank you, Alexei. Actually, first 3 members of our working group have been proposed and formed. Now we are going to have our coffee break. So please engage in networking actively, as democracy can be built only with the use of many thoughts and people, with the force of activists. However, what we need right now to have a signature of our president, and also we should have also the methodological support to that, so everyone will get job. And also we are happy to hear that e-platform is also ready and available once the procedure will be legally adopted, and then colleagues will be engaged in its further development. So thank you so much. Thank you for such a wonderful discussion. So let's start our work, and thank you.
На другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом.
Вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією, благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери, це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Це наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», «Промприлад Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої – це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'являлися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери. Небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні. Бо ми прагнемо найкращого.
Лікарі-волонтери з усієї України і не тільки виїжджають на прифронтові та деокуповані території для того, щоб забезпечити комплексну допомогу цивільному населенню. Перший виїзд в Херсонську область, він був не з метою полікувати і надати медичну допомогу, тому що ми розуміли, що треба поїхати і зрозуміти, з чим ми будемо мати справу. І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон. Це був дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3 стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди, травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота, неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов.
Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом.
Вітаю, колеги. З поваги до тих, хто вже сидить у нас в лаві наших
Welcome, colleagues. With respect to our next speakers, let's continue our work. We have just discussed the topic related to the occupation, reintegration of Crimea, and final photo shooting is about to finish. And meanwhile, let me announce our next panel. And we are going to talk about very successful showcases available with the help of our nice human rights activists. And let me give the floor to our moderator, Леся Огриська. Colleagues, welcome everyone, and hopefully some people will join us. Before we start, let me provide you with a kind of technical details. We are located on the -1st floor. In case of air raid alarm, we continue our work. We have online broadcasting. And welcome, by the way, everyone who has joined us online. Also, on our social media, on YouTube and Facebook, we are having broadcasting of our forum interpreted both simultaneously and with a sign language. To this end, that's it. In terms of technical details, let us start our discussion. I'm incredibly happy to have our fantastic 3 activists in Ukraine who do the way how to promote Ukrainian interests abroad. Hanna Hopko, head of board of the UN's National Interest Advocacy Network. Next to her is sitting Lyubov Shipovich, co-founder of the NGO Razum for Ukraine, founder of the charitable fund Dignitas, and actually I do not belong to Razum for Ukraine organization. So next to me also we have Leo Litra, senior research fellow at the New Europe Center, and invited expert. We are colleagues with Leo, and let me start with the following. It has been a good tradition of Ukrainian society to criticize our international partners, especially that everything that relates to financial support, etc. At the same time, it appears to me that we should acknowledge that a lot of international organizations has gone through numerous changes. They have changed their rhetorics and other things. And as we talk about this transformation, a huge role was played by leaders of the public society. They were so effectively in reaching to all possible measures needed in our approximation to the EU and to the NATO. So I'd like to start from a positive point, and I'd like to ask you the same question. You have an incredible advocating campaigns you should be proud of. Can you recall the best from your point of view one? Let me give the floor to Hannah and to add some practical elements. What lessons learned can you mention from these successful campaigns? Thank you so much. And thank you for organizers. Let me start from the question my daughter asked me on the very first day of the full-scale invasion. She, together with other her friends, were going through the border of Ukraine. So she asked me, and actually in our kitchen we have many photos with high leaders of the world, and she asked me why I should go from Ukraine and you should stay here in Kiev, knowing that attacks will follow. I cried a lot, realizing that this might be our last conversation. I didn't know what to respond. Imagine, since the beginning of the invasion, in 2014 and up to date, my daughter has been raised actually without me. And I kept talking to her, so please wait for some time. I come back home and you will be my priority. And actually she was growing up. Even when she was 4, she approached me with a question, when Putin dies, will you be at home? And she also asked me, Russia is so huge, why then Putin decided to take such a small Crimea Peninsula? So I was obliged to explain her why we should win this war. Then I was told that I'm among the list of people who should be shot down, and then I am hearing her question. So then why all those Western partners I spent on them so much, they didn't help us, and forcing my daughter to leave. And these are one of the most painful moments. And through all these more than 10 years of this war, with the invasion to the Crimea and the operation of our Ukrainian forces into Kursk region, have proven the following: you should never give up, even if the whole world is against you. You should always keep doing in line with the principles you pursue. And we have witnessed how our foreign partners didn't believe in us. I returned from London, and once I tried to prove that we will win, they respond that Ukraine may endure collapse throughout the next 2 years. And we have prepared our manifest of the stable peace, where there are 2 blocks. The first one, responsibility for war crimes, genocide, and this is our campaign. We want Russia to be recognized as a genocide country. And then we have the second block, decolonization. And when the foreign minister of UK talk about the Russian imperialism, fascism, so to say, I think that, and back at the time I had a map in my room by Idele Rao, and showing that it's so important to continue the imperialization and decolonization, regardless of what will happen to Putin. And with all that, when I was told that the state survival is under question, and I responded that we need the strategy on decolonization. So my conclusion is, if our state has a big mission, I believe that the God reserved victory, and we should build this victory by ourselves with our everyday choice. We have our foreign partners who track with delivery of arms. Sometimes it actually looks like it's compulsory things to peace. So with my analysis of 100 years history of Russian imperialism, Soviet era times, we had no other choice but to stand further, be resistant, and to win.
У 22-му році F-16, Хаймерси, Атакамси, Make Russia Pay, до футболки Make Russia Small Again.
And also we had, I have lots of different t-shirts like Make Russia Small Again. And if you won't believe in Ukrainian victory, you will not be able to perceive the rest that the victory will happen. So what I want to say is that never lose hope. Continue pursuing the rest, even though you can hear sometimes the things which can make you not just leave, because I had even some cases, some of the guests who were in Kyiv, who 2 years ago were telling me in Berlin that Ukraine will not get the candidate status because we are too corrupted. And now they come in here and saying something about the military technologies. So people are sinning. And don't allow the people who misbehave to mislead you. Be strong. And I believe that the God has a victory for us. And moreover, Ukraine will become the leader of the free world, and it is already considering the principle, the values, and of course, we will become the hub of technologies and innovations. But I would like to pass the floor to tell more about it to Ms. Luba. So considering 1,000 marathon, we have never lost our strong spirit. 23 years is the longest time of our independence. The time of Ukraine is now, and now there is a time for the Russian deimperialization. So let's never follow the provocations of our partners who do not believe in our victory. Let's move forward. Very clear, very strong statement, and it's hard not to agree with this opinion because indeed, let's gradually move further. Luba, I think that you also have lots of different cases you can share with. Could you tell us maybe more about the most outstanding ones? Well, I would like to start with continuing what Hannah has already said. Hannah said that in her kitchen she has a photo with Trudeau, with Merkel, with Blinken, with Biden, and it can seem that advocacy is available only to those who are somewhere there, only to those who have some personal access. If you're not playing golf congressman, then you should not do any kind of advocacy. And therefore, I would like to give you an example that it's not like that. And advocacy is something that can be done by anyone with any kind of level of initiative. So when we had the dignity revolution in December 2013, January 2014, I knew nothing about advocacy. I didn't know what is actually civil sector. I was Googling how to register NGO. And at that time, I used to live in the US, and I was thinking, what do you mean? What do you need to organize the demonstration, the protest? And I was Googling how to make a banner, how to find the loudspeaker, and the congressman seemed to be something very, very distant. You cannot talk to, and only those who have pictures with photos with these people can talk to them. And at that time,
Я ще розкажу історію про нашу спільну адвокацію трошки пізніше. Тобто, от
I'll
вертаючись
tell another story about our common advocacy. So that was the first case of advocacy. It is like a first love you remember it for all your life. And at that time, in the end of December 2013, me and some few more activists, like they were like me, they knew nothing about activism, and we used to live in the US. Some of them lived there for 5 or 10 years. Some of them were born there. And then we had the situation that we have to change to make the state where we are living to help our motherland. And what I knew when I was a child, I knew that the US is the strongest country. I'm establishing business, I'm earning money. And at that point, we managed to meet a young man. At that moment, he was 16 years old, and his name is George Barros. Now he is a very respected man, and he works in the Institute of War. And at that point, he was a 16-year-old boy who has internship in the office of the congressman. They have these kind of programs for the talented, for the gifted pupils. And after one of the protests, we had a beer, and he told me that, in fact, you can have an impact on Congress. You can talk to Congress. And he told me how to build the communication, how to build the advocacy campaign, knowing no one. So he knew only his congressman. And he said, like, look, in the US, we have democracy. Despite whatever, it is a democratic state, and congressmen are listening to the people who are electing them. So the ones who are electing them have to talk, but you need a lot of people to talk to them, so that they understood that a big amount of people wanted to do that. And at that time, there were only 20 of us, and we were how can we do that? And we actually started to do how to organize it, how to show that there are lots of people like us. And then George told us how people electors are contacting their congressmen. There are a few ways. First of all, you have paper letters, then you have emails, and then you have phone calls. So how does it work? You're not calling directly to congressmen. It's the staffer who is sitting, who are the assistants of the staffer. Maybe those of you who haven't been in the Congress, maybe you've seen it in movies. So these people are accepting emails, paper letters, and then the phone calls. So, and what they do, they actually add it to the general document so that there is a letter, this topic, and then +1. So they're just registering the number and the name. So these letters can be absolutely the same. The phone calls can be absolutely the same. And we use this opportunity, and we wrote the samples of the emails, the script of the conversation, and we started to spread, and we started to ask everyone, all our friends, all our colleagues, to send these kind of letters. And to create the visibility that there are lots of people like us, we made a schedule when and who is calling to the office of the congressman. So I could have called to 5 different offices. The next day, I will call 5 other offices, and we could make the repeated calls. So we understood that they are just registering the number. And what we were asking at that time, we were asking the general law on the support to Ukraine. And at that time, we had nothing about support for Ukraine from the US. Why these, like, there was nothing which could cause this kind of support. And in one of the protests, we met the Congress. And I remember it happened in spring 2014, and then we had lots of phone calls, emails, letters in the offices of the congressman. And then the autumn comes, and in the US, in the end of September, the financial year is over, and the rest, which was not voted for to that time, moves to the new election period, and everything is no. So we have to push on it somehow, or otherwise we will have to start the campaign once again. So we were making the phone calls from time to time with the activists. We were discussing the strategies, and at that time we thought that, in fact, Washington is something very far away, something very big, and we were discussing what is the possibility for us to push it through. And we were discussing that the possibility is almost like meeting dinosaur in the street. It's like 50-50. So they will adopt it or not. And in fact, we have this dramatic moment, like in all these moments, the last day. And in the morning, I'm calling to our activists in Washington. I'm telling, like, Nastya, go and buy the biggest bouquet of flowers, the biggest box of candies, and ask this congresswoman, and maybe we will manage. So that is what Nastya actually did. And all of us are sitting there. We are watching the translation, the broadcast from the Congress. Before that, I have never watched it, and it was like almost like a football game. So we were so tensed, we were so much. And then Marcy Copter is walking on the stage, and it seems like nobody is listening to her, and she's reading, and everyone is voting. And we are so frustrated. It was kind of miracle. We were calling each other. So in this way, we had an impact on the decision of the Congress of the most powerful state in the world. So at that point, we were considering the US the strongest state in the world. At that time, the armed forces of Ukraine were not that strong. So it actually gave us so much motivation and so much strength. And we understood that with our joint work, with the systematic work, we are able to have an impact on the world global decisions. So we actually saw that it's like the Congress of the US made this decision because we were pushing it through. So I'm finishing this story. That's not it. That was the Congress. But for the law to become the law, the president has to sign it. And at that time, Obama was the president, and we were given, it is given 2 months for signing, and if there is no signing and no veto, then nothing is happening to this law. So we have divided the phone calls, and what has happened? We has broken the phone hotline, the hotline of the president, and actually it happens that we had so many phones calling this hotline that the hotline broke down. So it was kind of inspiring. It seemed like everyone is calling. So that was a first example of advocacy, and it's my favorite one. So it is kind of my first love. It's an example that you do not need to have the photo with Blinken to have an impact on the decision. So the main thing is to join your efforts and to work systematically. And another bonus, very, very short. So in April 2022, in Washington, me and Hannah and a few more other Ukrainian activists, at that point, we were using all the ways, legal and illegal, to make the representatives of the office of the president to the congressman to hear us. And we were making game rules on the meetings with the Democrats. We were saying, like, look, Russians are killing our
LGBTQ militaries. They are violating the rights of the human rights. Hannah is in the execution list. When we were meeting Republicans, then Hannah was showing our churches and saying they are destroying. Look, they are destroying our churches. And depending on who we were meeting, we were using those arguments which were relevant for this group of people. So in fact, we should not forget that every Trudeau, Merkel, and Blinken, they are still people, and you can just talk like people to them. And that actually works. Thank you very much. So it is very inspiring story, especially the first one. So I think that everyone was very impressed because I think that it's we can say that advocacy is possible for everyone. You shouldn't be a mega specialist. You just need the desire to help Ukraine to win this war. And also, when we are told that something is impossible, as it's quite often said, when it is impossible, it means that you just need to work a bit and wait a bit, and then you will manage it. So Hannah, in fact, has already said that at that point, in the beginning of 2022, we were told that, yeah, well, you will not see the status of the candidate of the EU member. And now you can see how altogether we managed to change that. Leo, the question for you. The Center on New Europe is famous with its incredible specialist on the European integration and Euro-Atlantic integration. So maybe you can tell us your opinion on our European integration and all the victories we have already achieved in these 2.5 years. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Well, the photo was linking, I have it, but the story of advocacy started, my advocacy story started early, and let's hope that one day he will place the photos with Ukrainian, well, I'm not talking about think tanks, but with the famous outstanding Ukrainians who managed to change the situation, who showed that the world can be different. Before I would tell about my experience, I would like to say that I have very small experience in Ukrainian. Yeah, so if you see that I'm making lots of mistakes, do not think that I feel bad or like I'm strange. The thing is that I do not have enough experience in Ukrainian language. So therefore, you will manage it. Thank you. So I would like to tell you the story which started. Advocacy started for me in after 2014. Typically, that were study tours for the foreigners, for the foreign opinion leaders, experts, journalists who saw everything through the lens of the Kremlin. Words. So, for example, if we're talking about the newspaper La Repubblica, Italian one, so we can see that the journalist from La Repubblica has the material about Ukraine, but nevertheless, he take the information from Intertas. So we are thinking, why all the foreign journalists are writing their materials about Ukraine based on Intertas? So why does it work in this way? We have to change it. And we started to bring the journalists to Ukraine, and we had very good contacts in the various countries. And when the full-scale war started, you remember that after the 4th or 5th day, Zelensky applied for the membership in the EU. And for us, it was a very good point because we said, yes, that is a good thing. And we have to explain the people in the European Union, especially those, the key ones, why it is the best time to provide. First of all, we were speaking about the not even about the status of the candidate. So we started in March, and in the first stage of vision that was Netherlands, France, Germany, especially the Netherlands. And we started to explain why do we need to do that. And to be honest, people were looking at us as we were nuts, because what they were saying, like, what kind of perspectives? You have war ongoing, you will cease to exist. What are you talking about? And then, of course, we were trying to find the good arguments, and moreover, we were doing historical parallels with France and Algeria in 1958. So we were looking for the ways to persuade our opponents, and that we have to think about it. And I would like to say that it's not the thing that people did not believe us. Well, actually, we were not believed. And even in Kiev, we were told, oh, well, do not spend money on that because it's impossible. Let's focus on something else. But what Hannah has said is very she said that if you believe something, then you're very persuasive. If your eyes are bright when you're talking about it, that actually works really well. And quite often when we are doing some advocacy for the decisions about Ukraine in Germany or in France, for example, they are saying, you know, you're more efficient than the lobbyists, even though lobbyists get crazy money for their work. They come, they calmly tell what they need to say, what do they need to achieve, and calmly walk away. And in the evening, they forget about it. And we do not forget. That is a difference between us and lobbyists. And when in June 2022, we got the status of the membership perspective in the EU, for us, it was a very strong story, because even if people think that we are nuts, because we are trying to change the things or to do the things which everybody considers it to be a waste of time, well, we still continued. And the same thing with NATO, because we have 11 purchase in our institute, that is integration in NATO. And I would like to say that we were told, like, let's not raise this question in Vilnius. And now, before the Washington summit, they were telling us the same. Do not raise this question, do not mention it, because it will never happen. But nevertheless, we consider, but we are very stubborn. We think that it will happen. And let's see. Let's see how it works out. But I think that if we work on it, it will happen. And at the moment, I have maybe a small advice from our personal experience, lessons learned on how you have to work if you want to increase your chances.
So in order to improve your success, you should work, so to say, in pinpoint strategy. We have selected several countries. We coordinate quite often with our partners, with HANA, with other authorities, and we conducted joint study visits, and this is very effective, as I'm not an expert on the fight with corruption. However, quite often we keep receiving questions related to corruption, and we have a special person in our group capable to respond to that with different expertise. Second, we should approach a comprehensive in a comprehensive manner, meaning that we should work both abroad and here, bringing people in our country. For several years, we had meeting with a person from Germany, and once he was very skeptical about Ukraine, and once we brought him here, he changed his opinion, and he is still very active about promoting Ukraine. And all these stories prove that we should have bilateral communication, and people are impressed when they come and see Ukraine and when they compare what newsletters provide to them. And also there might be partners, and you should plan your advocating efforts with them. And also you should do the same in the countries you plan to do so. Actually, in every country we have our local partner who is very aware about policy environment. He or she helps us with advice in terms of how to get to our objectives. The fourth point, we should have a long-standing goal, a stable one. We shouldn't change our plans frequently. For example, today we go to US, tomorrow to Canada, etc. If you meet with people for the second time, only then you will have a real opinion exchange. And we should be ambitious. I started from this point. You should never give up, as experience we acquired, membership perspective really inspired us in 2022. Currently, we all are working our NATO perspectives. We have intermediate perspectives. I mean, the long-range strikes, air defense shields include to this strategy. It appears initially as kind of insane things, unrealistic things. However, we should normalize the narrowing, pursuing your advocating efforts. I remember eyes of American policymaker when Anna told them that we need to make Russia small again. So they actually wanted to show us that they didn't hear what we said. And then we started to talk further. And initially we do normalization in our narratives, explaining why this idea is not insane. People initially do not take it. Then they stomach this idea. And a wide example goes about Leopard tanks. We initially were told that forget about it, you'll never get them. And this is exactly that example. When we initially normalized narrative, then we have a comprehensive advocating efforts. And thank you so much for very specific recommendations in terms of it's impossible and in it's possible. And in 2 minutes, I like to open the floor for Q&A session for your comments and a short question to our speakers for brief answer related to a very important topic for international advocating efforts. I often see this period that we go, we convince people. This is all about a systematic approach. But I think we don't have enough synergy with our state. It seems that we can go and convince, pursue something, but our society simply doesn't feel it. And this discussion are exactly for that. And the head of the Office of the President of Ukraine started to meet with people in order to improve advocating efforts. And of course, we have more dimensions to be applied here. For example, the Verkhovna Rada, the ministries. But I'd like to hear from you what can be done to improve this synergy we don't have frequently. The president has announced a peace plan. I think that everyone present here truly believe in our victory. We are friends to this goal, and as soon our president realizes that civil society works only on this plan, as faster this dialogue will be concluded, the faster we will get victory. Throughout all these more than 10 years of war, we had different experience in our communication with our high-level officials. Currently, we have communication with Parliament, a cabinet of ministers. We actually worked with Mrs. Stefanishina. As for Make Russian Pay Company, we work with other partners. However, when I visited so many countries, and I'm talking about 29 countries, including visiting the inauguration of the president, and when you attend such numerous conferences, and while you're in so tight communication with your partners, you are given talking points in terms of what to advocate, and this is only a small part of my work. Then the question occurs, why can we meet with presidents of other countries? However, with all our endeavor to victory, we cannot sit and just talk. So the peace plan announced by our president, who is going to bring to the US, should be presented inside Ukraine. Of course, the classified documents, details, military things. However, to understand this logic, to have this communication crucial, and my communication with UK officials, I was asked a question, what is your plan? If you have to train 1 million people, let's train them right now, destroying Soviet era techniques, so to say, in military servicemen. And as Leo said, we have a cool example of advocating efforts when we work as a team, as we know that there are organizations in different countries who lead their countries. And we know that in those organizations there are seniors, and we establish these synergies. And we play our role and our task to build a kind of team play as a national team. There are institutions, there is a parliamentary oversight, power of people. Only with all those efforts we'll be able to win, not through arguments, but through communication. And indeed, it was a meeting at the OPU when we discussed all the issues I voiced, that there is a need to call Russia as a genocide country. Then some safety situations were raised as well. Also, I voiced a project related to royal dynasties. And of course, in Ukraine, we don't have king and queens, but Ukrainian crown is our forces in defense. And being on the path to Europe, the European Union, we should remember all this. And with the Ukrainian Institute, with the new Ministry of Culture, we could be able to become stronger. So, of course, we might criticize something when we see corruption, but we should understand that now it's important to have victory, and we should have it normalized when the president of Ukraine will communicate with veterans, with reps of civil society, just to sit and to talk about something that of our concerns. And this is all our formal techniques should go into the past, and new approaches should be raised. And what can be done to get our national team? And let me answer the question related that we don't have a unified voice in the world. Let us imagine that we have it. Fortunately, I didn't live at the era when my grandmothers met with specific bodies who told them what to tell and what not to tell. And there were times when we were told that Ukraine should be represented by the ministries, specific ministers, people's MPs. Indeed, Ukraine is not perceived negatively. Ukraine is perceived as a democracy, a democratic country. Why? Because we are not instructed at a cross-border point in terms of what to say and what to not voice. However, with all these different opinions, I here agree we should have more coordination, not just instructions what to voice or not, but a vision from the president with specific messages to be pursued. For example, what types of planes, fire jets are required. So let's be specific. And this type of communication. And then every MP's reps of public organization will make its own decision. However, with all that efforts, we'll have orientation, priorities. Actually, diplomats do not often have messages to be pursued. So we should have just overall general vision of strategic manner. We lack them. And I don't feel that our society can undertake this role and to form that. We should approach our high-level authorities, for example, the MFA, to develop this strategy. Thank you so much. New Europe has a good tradition to communicate with MFA organization. And indeed, we have sort of hate-love relationship with our governmental bodies. We try to coordinate our communication, but we don't always manage to do so. Back in 2013, we didn't manage to do it at all. After 2014, situation has improved. However, I should say that our objectives can be aligned. However, some tactical issues are not, and there were different messages related to NATO when we're trying to promote those, advocate those issues. We get the answer that we were asked to do so, and our response is that we actually were not coordinated to respond proactively. Once we were engaged, then there would be another reaction. And indeed, Hannah is right. We are lacking sometimes a Ukrainian team, but in my opinion, even even with all those difficulties, we started to have more synergy, more common objectives. And I don't know how we get to this point, together or in parallel with our state authorities. However, the situation has improved. And this is a two-sort age process. From the one hand, society should make a step forward and engage the state into its companies. And from my opinion, I can say that every time when my colleagues and I go abroad in our advocating efforts, we have a golden rule. We at least should communicate with the ambassadors of those countries, building a practice that is about society, cannot something form the formal messages, but with all those problems, we can step forward and do it. So this is a working process, but we need to have a process in two sides. So we have 5 minutes left. If you want to raise questions, you are welcome.
Ось, будь ласка, Сагайдачний.
And Mr. Сагайдачний, please.
Доброго дня. Тарас мене звати, насправді не Сагайдачний, але...
Well, in fact, my name is Taras, and not Saidachny. Nevertheless, the previous time, Taras Yatsenko, твоє місто Media Hub in Lviv in Kyiv. The last time when I came, when Blinken, Secretary Blinken was the previous time, I was in Veterana Pizza, and then the delegation comes and Blinken comes, and I didn't want to take a photo with him, and I thought that when the support will be more active, when in this White House, they will allow us the big range weapon, then we can make a photo. Thank you. And now, speaking of the serious things, so first of all, thank you very much for sharing your cases and very practical advices, very important ones. And we, as media, as local media, and serves Lviv and Kyiv, we have never thought about it. But nevertheless, we started working with international advocacy, and because we had very good friends in the US, and when the fourth Kyiv war started, all 2-3 first months, all the journalists were in Kyiv. We were working with them, and we understood that they did not know our context. And in 2.5 years, everyone should know a lot of people. And in fact, the biggest forum of the world in Perugia, Italian one, a few thousand of people that are not just the journalists, but also the heads of the world outlets. And I was talking about an hour about Ukraine, and they came, and maybe from UK we had around 14 people, and 4 of them were from our team. And we had more than 200 panels, and one of them was only about Ukraine, and this panel was about corruption in Ukraine and prosecution of the journalists. What did we do? We were a bit nuts, and we talked to the organizers, and we said that we want to print a magazine, Untold Stories from Ukraine, and the one which we want to, where we want to tell something the European media doesn't know about Ukraine, that is a newspaper, and we have collected different stories from private sector and the military stories, and the organizers allowed us, even though they are not allowing printed media because all top media are coming there, arriving there, and that is too much. They made an exception and they placed it on the welcome point. And out of 600 participants, 400 came and took the magazine themselves, the newspaper themselves. And when we were discussing that with the beer, and you'd say, you know, what is when a big media outlet had comes to us, and when it is written that all we need to do today, all we
so that you win as soon as
so
possible.
that you win as soon as possible. We have to give you all the weapons, and I think that is a very good example, and of this kind of advocacy. But nevertheless, decision makers are important. But nevertheless, decision makers are going to do what the electors want them to do, and media have big impact on that, and we have to build some synergy there and to involve them in this process to have more understanding in their society. Thank you, Taras. Very good example of advocacy in this forum. And also, that was a comment, probably. Yes, you have to. The organization. You have to know the name of the organization, Center of Rights ZMINA, and it's interesting to hear your opinion about the government, that they are the players of the advocacy team of the state, and I would like to know how efficient is Ukrainian diaspora abroad, the player Ukrainian diaspora. Does it have an impact on the international advocacy of Ukraine? And what is the question? Is this question for someone particular? Well, I will give you 1 minute and to unite it with your final statement. Luba, you can be the first one. So I am a kind of diaspora representative. I've spent 13 years in the US. Well, in fact, I would like to say that it depends on the country a lot. And there are the countries like Canada where Ukrainians are the fourth minority in the US, and they have a very big impact on the decisions in the US, and they are kind of monolith in the in the policy in Canada, sorry. And then there is the US, it's 21st diaspora, and they have less impact, and they are divided between two political parties. So therefore, there are some specific topics where we are united and we can push through some specific topic. And before the elections, we are not united anymore, and unfortunately, because these elections are the elections of the president of the US. And if there was the question regarding Ukraine, maybe they would have united, but now they are choosing someone for the country. And therefore, speaking of the other countries, so I think that in Poland, Ukrainian diaspora is very strong and they make an impact. And it depends on the country. And in the countries where Ukrainian diaspora is a huge majority, we have to work with diaspora because diaspora are the people who are elected in the government of that country. And as Taras has said, the people who are making the decision, they are listening to their people. Thank you, Luba. Hanna? Dear friends, we have a very simple answer. Success, both ours and Ukrainians abroad, is that we won't have genocide for once in 100 years, so we will need to avoid it. And second of all, we are pushing through the strategy of victory. And in many countries of the world, we do not see the capacity. So I'm proud that in Norway, in Oslo, where we have not Ukrainians, but also Norwegians who are every day from 5 to 6 they do the news updates. So the that is the strength to get this victory and fighting until when you get this victory. So many people are actually very relaxed. Let's be honest about that. People do not feel this kind of acute phase that people are dying every day, that people are wounded every day. And many people are saying why these people are not coming out, why we do not have the updated agenda. So therefore I have to criticize it. So now we have a very important topic, air defense shield, to cover the sky above the Western Ukraine. So where are these millions of Ukrainians in Poland who should have in Poland, in the UK, in the other countries? So everyone is busy with the US elections, and they are posting how they are going to one camp to another camp, and they are supporting. And I'm writing my tweets about the difference between what we were promised and when it will come is very big, and this difference is measured in graves when people are saying that it's so great. So we have to fight for our victory. We have to make it our collective goal. And after that, everything will be very nice. We have some heads of the diaspora who like selfies, who are coming to Ukraine, who have selfie tours in Ukraine. And there is a question, how resultative are your selfies? For example, Canada. Canada could have done even more. And the movie, which was financed by Canada, and now we are fighting for a big news. We achieved this movie. So, well, maybe we shouldn't have made Canadian money not to be spent on this movie. Maybe me as a head of the committee during these 10 years have seen a lot, and actually 15 states which you have covered in these 10 years, you know what is the state, what is the situation in diaspora, and therefore Ukraine has to develop the mechanism on how to involve both all diaspora who are living there for generations. For example, Luba was talking about Marcy Kappa, and her family is from Ukraine, and they were the victims of famine, and therefore Miss Marcy was the ones who have signed the resolution on the investigation of the famine and genocide in Ukraine, and therefore we need the family. Blinken's family is from Ukraine as well, so there are the metrics which prove that. So our target is for our Ukrainians in the diaspora, so that they went to congressmen. They need to become congressmen. They need to shape the agenda. They need to become the members of the committees. Just a few capitals where we had demonstrations every day for 900 days. And every day you're in Oslo, you know that there are going to be Ukrainians who are making the updates. And I was very glad to be there and to hear what kind of news they're talking about. Where is this systematic word? Where is this serving for the victory abroad? Because all of us understand that we have the burden from the Soviet times for the famine, which was not punished. And I do not see this kind of commitment. Maybe the problem is that we do not have the strong connections. We have these selfie photos, the presidents meet, the officials meet, the members of the parliament meet, but nevertheless, that day-to-day work is not there. Sorry. Thank you. It was critical but honest. Well, I would like to add to criticize a bit as well. I agree with what Luba has said. In different countries, it works in a different way. And we kind of found that this kind of difference. And what Anna is saying, I totally agree. We were with you in France, I guess, during the last protest, where on the weekend, 100 French people and 10 Ukrainians maximum in Ukraine. Well, the potential is really different, and people are just relaxed. And I think that the potential of diaspora is not used well, and unfortunately I have the feeling. So we've met in the US and in the other countries with the representatives of diaspora, and they've lost the speed, maybe not even the speed. Well, yeah, we were together, so they just struck something, they attacked, well, we need to think, and zero effect, zero results. So that is a very good question. In fact, we have lots of work to do, and that is the potential for the victory of Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you all. I would like to thank all the panelists and all the participants of this dialogue. And I think that today we have divided into two sides, those of us who have the photo with Blinken and those of us who do not have the photo with Blinken. But what unites us is that advocacy is something all of us can do. The only thing you need is these bright eyes, and that synergy is strength. The synergy with us is synergy with the government, the synergy with diaspora, and with the rest of the groups who, in fact, have had an impact on the project Victory of Ukraine. Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3. Стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль, приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди-травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо там по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов. Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо тут, ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200
лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією, благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери, це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ну, ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Це наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про тебе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська». Це проект про впровадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація «Тепле місто», це є урбаністична лабораторія «Металаб», «Промприлад Реновація» та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська» спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це місце, де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої. Це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднуватися.
Makerspace є частиною екосистеми майбутнього інноваційного центру, і це є нашим таким динамічним центром продуктового дизайну та інновацій у Івано-Франківську. Зараз ми знаходимося в приміщеннях, де триває реконструкція, і в майбутньому тут будуть майстерні і офіси площею до 1200 квадратних метрів. І на сьогодні в нас вже працюють команди інноваторів, винахідників і стартапів, які працюють над своїми розробками у різних сферах. Сьогодні резиденти вже мають можливість працювати з 3D-друком, металообробкою чи роботою з деревом, тому що основна база майстерень вже обладнана таким базовим інструментом чи машинами. Це від робототехніки і електроніки до ЧПК-фрезера. І паралельно з тим ми проводимо таку публічну програму з навчальними форматами, де люди можуть навчитись працювати з новим обладнанням та інструментом. А для резидентів, які тут працюють, це можливість обміну досвідом і роботи над спільними проектами у одній екосистемі.
В рамках реалізації нашого проекту минулого року, 2023-го, ми реалізували круту ініціативу, а саме конкурс підтримки інноваційних рішень, інноваційних ваучерів для малого та середнього підприємства. В рамках даної ініціативи ми підтримали 20 представників малого та середнього бізнесу та надали ваучерну допомогу в розмірі 60 тисяч для реалізації їхніх вже існуючих проєктів або надання маркетингової або консалтингової підтримки. Інновації – це драйвер економіки. І завдання нашого проекту «Нова економіка Івано-Франківська», щоб ці інновації не лише з'явилися якомога частіше, а й щоб вони отримували своє продовження. Тому ми на даний час створюємо таку екосистему, щоб люди могли навчатися, співпрацювати один з одним. Це саме завдання нашого партнерства на наступний рік.
Любі українці, цей день настав.
Ми записуємо відео про громадський сектор. Народний байрактар, супутник та блекбокс. На що тільки не збирали українці за тижні, дні або й години, все це стало можливим завдяки громадським і благодійним організаціям, активістам та волонтерам. То що ж таке громадський сектор і чим він горить під час війни? Громадський сектор, якщо спрощувати, це зокрема й активісти, правозахисники та волонтери. Небайдужі люди, які об'єднуються для блага суспільства. Вони рятують тварин затопленої Херсонщини, борються за права військовослужбовців та ветеранів, ведуть кампанії на підтримку України по всьому світу, допомагають дітям і дорослим, які зазнали травм війни, відбудовують будинки, пошкоджені внаслідок ракетних обстрілів, дбають про довкілля, збирають на дрони, тепловізори та іншу військову техніку, передають та навіть створюють машини для сил оборони, викривають російську пропаганду, готують їжу для рятувальників та військових, піклуються про вразливі групи.
Громадянське суспільство особливо розвивається там, де не працюють або недостатньо працюють інші сектори суспільства. Наприклад, держава. Держава не може опанувати всі куточки і вирішити всі проблемні питання, які стосуються людей.
Крім того, що активісти та волонтери закривають нагальні потреби армії та допомагають цивільним, вони ще й стежать за діями держави. Але ми ж на цьому не зупинимося і продовжимо бути проактивними після перемоги.
Ми будемо займатися відновленням країни, поверненням тих людей, які вимушені були виїхати з нашої країни, підвищувати рівень життя людей, які проживають в Україні. Бо ми прагнемо найкращого.
Лікарі-волонтери з усієї України і не тільки виїжджають на прифронтові та деокуповані території для того, щоб забезпечити комплексну допомогу цивільному населенню. Перший виїзд в Херсонську область, він був не з метою полікувати і надати медичну допомогу, тому що ми розуміли, що треба поїхати і зрозуміти, з чим ми будемо мати справу. І тому вже на другий день після деокупації Херсонщини наша невеличка команда з нашими ідеологами, продуктами харчування поїхала в сам Херсон, щоб підтримати людей і поспілкуватися з представниками адміністрації, з представниками керівництва лікарень різних, для того, щоб оцінити, наскільки ми можемо зараз допомогти і як нам побудувати нашу роботу надалі. І через буквально декілька тижнів перша команда, я її очолювала в складі десь 25-28 лікарів-волонтерів. Ми поїхали в Херсон, це був дуже-дуже великий прийом. За 2 дні ми зробили біля 1300 консультацій, роздали багато медикаментів.
Намагаємось забезпечити лікарів всім необхідним обладнанням, починаючи від апарату ЕКГ, дерматоскопу і закінчуючи апаратом УЗД з всіма датчиками, 3 стоматологічним обладнанням. В нас є обладнаний автомобіль приладами стоматологічними і гінекологічними, це окремий автомобіль. Команда лікарів є мультидисциплінарною, тобто переважно їздять вузькопрофільні лікарі, невролог, кардіолог, навіть є в складі нашому фізичні терапевти, ортопеди-травматологи, судинні хірурги і так далі, і так далі. Місія триває переважно це 2 дні, субота-неділя, тому що всі лікарі мають роботу, основну свою діяльність, тому працюють 5 днів на тиждень і, відповідно, в свої вихідні вільні дні займаються такою волонтерською діяльністю. Кожен лікар в цілому оглядає від 15 пацієнтів, тобто проводить від 15 консультацій. Інколи це може бути 40 консультацій на день, якщо ми працюємо по 9-10 годин зранку до вечора, в залежності від умов.
Практично першим і дуже, я би сказала, найвдалішим нашим співробітництвом з бізнесом це була якраз допомога Херсонщині разом з датою групу «Волею». Ми створили таку об'єднану синергію бізнесу, волонтерства і держави, тому що саме в Херсонській області ми дуже тісно співпрацюємо з керівником Херсонської ОДА і з керівником департаменту охорони здоров'я. І саме тоді ми точно знаємо, де ми маємо бути, а бізнес нас підтримує, везе нас, і ми точно знаємо, що зможемо повернутися і зможемо забезпечити таку сталу допомогу, що нашим людям дуже і дуже важливо, тому що, на жаль, ми розуміємо, там, де інфраструктура медична не в тому стані, щоб надавати якусь допомогу, ми розуміємо, що ще якийсь час, певно, немаленький час вона буде в такому стані, тому ми маємо, тут ми можемо, значить ми маємо підтримати. Нас, лікарів-волонтерів, зараз в місії Фріда більше ніж 1200 лікарів і більше ніж 300 студентів по всій Україні. Ми хочемо перевести в віддалені локації в Україні комплексну фахову медицину. Наша робота в Херсонській області – це дуже вдалий приклад, де синергія бізнесу, державного сектору та волонтерського спрацювала на 100%.
Ми знаємо, які зміни потрібні нам. Хтось вимагає рівних прав та можливостей, для когось пріоритетною є боротьба з корупцією.
А комусь важливо зберегти природу свого містечка. Але держава самостійно стягує податки та розподіляє їх. І ми ніяк не впливаємо на те, куди йдуть гроші.
Виправити цю ситуацію може механізм відсоткового відрахування. Завдяки йому кожен зможе власноруч перенаправити до 2% від сплаченого податку на доходи фізичних осіб неприбутковим організаціям, які вже реалізують позитивні зміни у конкретній сфері.
Як можна буде долучитися до соціальних змін? Достатньо буде зайти в електронний кабінет платника податків або звернутися до своєї податкової.
Обрати зі списку організацію, команда якої працює у важливій для вас сфері.
Та заповнити заяву, зазначивши відсоток, який податкова буде щороку відраховувати на діяльність організації.
Механізм відсоткового відрахування успішно працює в Польщі, Литві і багатьох інших країнах Європи та дозволяє громадянам напряму впливати на використання власних податків.
А неприбутковим організаціям бути незалежними та сильними. Щоб ми всі разом змінювали Україну на краще.
Криворізькі волонтери евакуюють людей та тварин з Херсонщини та допомагають переселенцям. Волинські волонтери відновили ще 3 дахи у будинках села Благодатівка на Херсонщині. Волонтери евакуювали з Лисичанська 23 людини. Понад 70 будинків на Херсонщині відновили волонтери з Рівненської області. Волонтери, твоя безпека для нас важлива.
Найбільш такий у нас зв'язок міцний із волонтерською організацією благодійним фондом «Добрі справи Закарпаття», які забезпечували, починаючи від першого дня, від автомобілів до найбільш таких примітивних речей. І є у нас улюблені такі закордонні волонтери, це закарпатські шаркані, які об'єдналися під цією назвою. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя допомога. Одягни каску і бронежилет, коли їдеш до нас.
Привезли в Дніпро. Тут центр для маломобільних людей. Тут нас прийняли дуже добре. Ви знаєте, я, мабуть, вперше бачу таких людей. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя сміливість. Пам'ятай, що завжди знайдуться люди, які тебе вислухають. Ділися тим, що тебе турбує.
Українська IT-армія – це десятки тисяч волонтерів, які ведуть кіберборотьбу з Росією. Головна ціль – знищити економічний та інфраструктурний потенціали ворога, щоб у результаті зменшити військову здатність. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твої скіли. Пам'ятай про захист персональних даних, щоб ніхто не зміг завдати удару у відповідь.
Після 9 березня в наш будинок був приліт. Це був касетний боєприпас, він пошкодив вікна, склопакети і дуже пошкоджений був дах. І виявилось, що Бог знає добробатів, він послав нам їх. Вони зателефонували, сказали, що за декілька днів приїдуть, нам зроблять дах. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя працьовитість. Пам'ятай, що треба міцно обнімати своїх рідних і проводити з ними більше часу.
Це наша шкільна спільнота залишилася в складних життєвих умовах. Саме благодійний фонд «Восток СОС» прийшов на допомогу, як завжди, бо ми з ними співпрацюємо з 2016 року, і запропонував, як завжди, допомогу. І психологічна допомога була від них, тому я з вдячністю говорю про саме цю команду професіоналів, людей з великим серцем. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя доброта. Пам'ятай, треба трохи більше поспати, поїсти. Потурбуйся про себе саме так, як потурбувалися про нас.
Якщо сума збору перевищує 400 тисяч гривень, банк обов'язково зверне на це увагу. Тому вам потрібно мати документи, що підтверджують мету збору. Твоя безпека така ж важлива, як і твоя невтомність. Зважай на свої обов'язки, але знайди того, хто захистить твої права.
Спочатку бережи своє життя,
аби потім допомогти сотні іншим.
Твоя безпека важлива для нас.
Впродовж 3 років ми є партнерами проекту Нова економіка Івано-Франківська. Це проект про провадження інновацій в нашому місті. Інновація, як ви знаєте, це не проста річ. Для неї потрібно креативні рішення та зовсім нестандартні підходи. Наш проект впроваджується в консорціумі 5 партнерів. Це є виконавчий комітет Івано-Франківської міської ради, благодійна організація Тепле місто, це є урбаністична лабораторія Металаб, Промприлад Реновація та PPV Knowledge, агенція економічного розвитку. Проект Нова економіка Івано-Франківська спрямований на реалізацію 2 складових розвитку системи інновацій міста Івано-Франківська – твердої та м'якої. Твердої, перш за все, це розвиток мейкерспейсу, який зараз розвивається на території інноваційного центру «Промприлад Реновація». Це де люди можуть досліджувати, прототипувати свої винаходи та розвивати їх. А також м'якої. Це тренінги, навчання, де представники різних спільнот, таких як громадський сектор, бізнес або навіть представники міської влади, можуть об'єднувати.
Щиро вітаю всіх учасників форуму правових реформ, четвертий в цьому році.
Greetings to all the participants of our forum, the first one, and please sit closer. Now we are going to have a very interesting panel, and I would like to invite to the stage and also the veteran supporter, the consultant of the member of the Parliament of Ukraine, and I would really I would like to ask to join our dear speakers who today are going to talk about the most challenging questions. And among our speakers today we have Mr. Ruslan Prihodko, Deputy Minister on Veterans, Ms. Inaya, a dual principal, Yaroslava Propus, an electrician of the Center of the Initiatives of the Charity Foundation Return Back Alive, and Valentina Volska has joined us online. Miss Natalia, greetings. Katerina Eichmann, the head of the communication center, and Vladimir Sheikhas, he will be online with us. So, Miss Victoria, you have in your hands, you will have a very important topic. We are going to listen to you, and then we are going to ask the questions. Thank you very much, Anna. To understand that today is Friday and it's evening, and thank you very much for staying with us. It means that for you this topic is as important as for us, but the veterans policies topic should be one of the most important for today, because veterans community is the ones who started to protect it in 2014, in 2024, and thanks to whom all of us today are able to meet in Ukrainian Kyiv and to have this panel discussion in Ukrainian language. So the veterans policy in Ukraine, because we know that Ukraine survived the Second World War, and for a long time our representatives, our militaries, participated different peacemaking missions and were the part of the conflict in the other countries, but at the same time the scale which we can see now, and the scale and the number of the veteran communities we can see today in Ukraine, we've never had before. And actually, I guess there is no other country which had so many of them. And today, Ukraine and everyone faces a challenge on the change, the transformation of the policy, veteran policy, according to what the veterans need after they return. So the small excursus for those of you who were interested in this topic, the main law on the veterans policy is as of 1993, and it seems like it's today 2024, and the changes the amendments were made, and we were changing the bylaws, so the legislation, but nevertheless the thing is that whether it meets the requirements, the nowadays requirements, I guess no. And we have to talk about changes and about amends. It's very important to understand that the civil society has undertaken a huge part of the work and the support on of the veterans communities. And at the same time, we have the linear ministry, which is responsible for the work with veterans and is responsible for the policy making. And returning to the topic of today's meeting, I would like invite Mr. Ruslan, that is the Deputy Minister for Veterans Affairs of Ukraine. Mr. Ruslan, we've already mentioned that the law was written in 1993 and we need the update. And on the forum where the president has signed the decree that we need the new veterans policy. So please, how the ministry is going to, what is ministry going to do, and how the civil society is involved in this process?
Дякую. Доброго дня, шановні присутні.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And today, one of the most relevant questions is the question of the veterans policy. Why is it so important? Because
Питання нашого подальшого майбутнього, майбутнього повернення наших
our future, the future of our defenders in the society, and their future, and the future of the entire state. And the veteran policy is the thing which will have an impact on the policy and the economy of Ukraine. And of course, the law of Ukraine, which was signed in 1993, was taken from the Soviet times, from the Soviet Union, and it was mainly focused on the veterans of the Second World War, or the veterans of those peacemaking missions on the territory of other countries. So there were a few of them, and some certain political forces, some certain political organizations were focused on them, and therefore they were suggesting their amends to the law, and they were suggesting their vision of the provision of the additional subsidies and guarantees and so on and so forth. So there were not that many of them, considering the age of these people. But unfortunately, in 2014, the new war started, and our defenders are growing in numbers. And then we faced the other challenges, the challenge on the radical changes and improvement, increasing and focusing our attention on these subsidies, on the guarantees, on the visions which are needed for our defenders. And that was the challenge. The challenge because we needed to establish the new ministry, which has focused on forming the policies and also on implementation of these policies, of the veterans policy. And what is the situation right now? The ministry right now, we can say that this ministry is relevantly new, not that strong, but nevertheless, we have huge potential, and we have vision on the way how we can improve the life of the veterans and defenders, and also their families of the deceased defenders, the persons with disabilities, and the others. So what are we paying the most attention to? The Ministry on the Veterans Affairs is probably one of the rare ministries where we have veterans and the members of their families in our staff, because in most of the ministries there are more functions on some other obligations, for example, healthcare, defense, infrastructure, enhancing other tasks for all categories of people. And now we have the people And we have the same group with different functions. We need the house improvement for them and the other life spheres. And that was our first task, and therefore we had to develop according to the decree. We had to develop the strategy according to the decree of the president of the future actions of the ministry with enhancement of all of these spheres of law and guarantees. And at the moment, the strategy is developed. It is already developed, and it is in the process of the approval by the president of Ukraine. And I think I'm quite sure that we'll have to improve it. And I think that we can get focused on the main thing and to report to you. And then when we will send it to the authorities on approval, and of course we will announce it publicly on what we can change, what we will include some suggestions, we will consider the recommendations. So, first of all, we need to establish the way of the defender of Ukraine from the beginning, from his or her desire to become the part of the army to defend this motherland with a further adaptation and integration into the civil society. And if it is going some kind of injury or wounding or health changes, that is another way on the way of integration with a further employment possibility. And after employment, of course, we will be talking about encouraging to work and participation in civil society to be useful for you, for yourself, and the society. And in the future, and the most important is that we need to fully integrate the person in the society.
And for those who unfortunately gave their lives for our country, with all due respect, we should give them also our attention by forming in our society of specific criteria in our culture. As of now, we have some 1,300,000 veterans in Ukraine. This number includes the participants of anti-terrorist operation and the full-scale invasion, including those veterans who have become those during previous years, and the law of Ukraine foresees different benefits for them, and that law of 1993 should be reformed. It should be completely dismissed, and we should divide it into several draft laws. The first should work with specific benefits for the veterans relating to veterans of, so to say, old era. So the second draft law, the most important one, the basis of the veteran policies should be developed on the area of protection of our defendants since 1991, since our independence. The third important draft law may be on veterans of war with a specific status, but they participated in the fight for independence of our country in the 20th century, representatives of Ukrainian army who fight for our independence at their time. So we need to remember them, and also they should enjoy benefits foreseen by the state. And we also have a category related to people affected during the Maidan era, and we might divide this law into these parts. Also, we should note that different categories of people of different age require different benefits. So elderly ones should get benefits on medical care. Younger population should get more privileges in mental health recovery, on the acquiring of the respective profession and skills. So they should be given different benefits. And we should talk about it. We should reinforce our work in this direction. Naturally, public society, civil society has a huge influence on the time when it comes to criticism, remarks, reinforcement of these or those directions. We are ready to accept and to hear all of them. We are ready to engage you to this work in terms of reinforcement of our endeavors. Thank you so much. You have told a lot about the changes in the legislation, and by the end of August, huge event happened that the Minister of Defense signed an MOU with the public organizations and their coalition, and with the help of this effective cooperation, we now have a text of this document. There were proposals, work on their development, and it's very vital. And civil society started being effective back in 2014, even when there was any veteran policies. Currently, our civil society works further in this direction. Musinayem, I know you, even before before the full-scale invasion, provided your support to the veteran community. And 2022, you have become a co-founder of the Principal organization, and I have several questions to you. First of all, why did you identify the need on the establishment of organization in support of veteran community? And then, can you please explore on this strategy? Are you ready to continue working on this transformation together with the ministry, as Ruslan Prihodko has just told us? Thank you so much. And first question, why did we establish this NGO? I was at war back in 2015 and returned 2016, and the only benefit I had, and I was forced to have it, and we have many people signed for our apartment, several of my relatives, and I just had to enjoy those benefits just to pay for utilities and for apartment services. So I was very angry with my parents, as actually I told them that I can pay those 400 hryvnias. I don't need those benefits, discounts. So this was my only benefit discount as I acquired as a veteran. However, turning back to this story, in fact, I understand that this story was the main picture in terms of the story we had bedtime. I'm not Yulia Tymoshenko saying that this is all because of our Soviet era times. However, in terms of strategy, first of all, whenever a journalist or anyone outside to have us fighting, or probably this is because I have become older, we need to pay respect to the Ministry of Veterans. I have many questions. A lot of things haven't been done. And the time is ripe to do something with that. And the question whether we are ready or not, in terms of a concept, I remind myself from time to time why we need it. And I was an owner, and I am an owner of legal organization, and I was once asked what was the big day for my company, and I answered that time when my employee bought a car. So we all will be happy when that veteran will be able to integrate into society and go further. It's vital that our state doesn't see him as a weak. Being a veteran is just one of the identities. I'm a father, I'm a part of society, and I'm a veteran. My life did end, and I should be awarded for the incidents occurred during my service. And here we need to think what was taken away from our veterans. We have taken his or her time, health, possibilities to be competitive on our labor market. Therefore, we should return those benefits so that it would be useful for him. I went for getting the status of a person with disability. However, I was told that I'm going to have pension, and frankly, I don't need it. However, I'm sure that my competence needs it. Those 12,000 hryvnias is a huge amount of money. Of course, you don't buy a car for this money. However, for Zaporizhia, for region where there is limited opportunities to get more than 100,000 hryvnias, it is an assistance. So we need to help people according to their needs. And one of the major issues relates in the field when we have veterans who dismissed from the military servicing, and they approached us with a question: what benefits can they take from the state? And it has been 2.5 years after my injury, and last month I lost my consciousness, and it can happen, as I probably may experience some issues. I realized that this will last by the end of my life. However, I can help myself. I can afford treating. And this issue with the veteran policy should be intersectional. You are all aware that the Ministry of Ecology, for example, won't be doing anything on the issues related to energy, or take the Ministry of Economy. For example, the Ministry of Economy can provide grants to veterans. And did you ask our Ministry of Veterans how many military servicemen are ready to work on their own private business? Do they have enough competencies? Do they have the need on that? And I'm grateful to the Ministry of Economy and other ministries who try to do something. But the main focus should be given to the intersectional policies with the interlinkages with the all ministries, directed to the desire of any veterans who want to build a house, to be able to give it to him. For example, there might be need to go to sanatoriums. However, I don't need it. And to stop destroying our state, complaining about their inactivity, we should do the following things I mentioned. And let me read out something. You have mentioned the law, the status of the veterans, and there is a phrase, the first sentence. This law defines the legal status of the veterans of war, providing necessary conditions for their life, forming respectful attitude to them in our society. And when I talked to Mr. Zelensky, and as I believe in other faith, I came to talk with him about this veteran policy, saying that the state didn't force us to pay respect to our veterans. He replied that, Mustafa, I didn't know that you are a communist, as we cannot be forced to love someone, to respect someone by the law. And here's the question. We have started this discussion, and the public sector, civil society started to work on that just because we now finally have enough amount of people who demand to have this respect for the veterans. And we're talking about the small amount of people. You are aware about different incidents in Smila, for example. Let us have victory tomorrow, and then we will have other issues with veterans. Let's take a look at 1946. There was a picture, a man with a prosthesis without a leg, a wooden prosthesis, and he was begging. He lived in poverty. Remember that horrible war, Second World War, and we should remember that this can be repeated again. We should prevent it. This is my main thought why I am working on that. We live having our previous experience, and while deciding going to the war or not, I will refer to my previous experience. Let's imagine my son. He will remember me, knowing that my father was injured and then he lived in poverty. So will he want to go and defend his country if to his father was given such an attitude? So we should do it not for ourselves, we do it for our future. We should prove that defending our country is everything in a nutshell. And the last thing I'd like to mention with this regard is that we conducted this research in our NGOs and the very beginning of our establishment, and we asked our military servicemen about their worries, and three things. The first, psychological rehabilitation. Second, they was worried that the state will forget about them, and third, they don't know the future that lies ahead. And what we have for now, all those evaders from the military service saying we have all those issues about the choice of a person, whether to go or don't go. I'm sure that a lot of people don't have this fear to die. Women, we are very very sensitive. But this is not about the fear of death. This is a fear that you go to war, then this is about the thought that I will die and will be with my family. And this is more important compared to my life. And this is another thing about signing of MOU. This is a good sign that civil society gave us remarks about our demerits. So we should know that we should, our people, with a chance to change something, and the time is limited. So as the war ends, veterans will be forgotten. Now it's time to change something. So thank you for joining to this initiative. We have our common job. Let us not forget the aim why we are doing so. And this is not about my personal opinion. This is about possibilities of our state to enable all the needed things for our veterans, avoiding the Soviet era past. Thank you so much for such a huge impetus for changes. And I understand a lot of work lies ahead, and you recalled the respectful attitude to our veterans. And I'd like to give the floor to Katarina Eichmann, head of the communication department of Charitable Foundation Vesta. One of your projects directed on the development of correct communication with the Veteran Society. Why is it important to have them? How can we learn this, how to communicate? How can we clearly show our respect? Unfortunately, the war in my family started back in 2014, and veteran community is something very familiar for me. For the majority of our people, this is a brand new thing. Also, many people simply don't have any friends as veterans. So why is it so important? So thank you for your question. Let us start from the very idea that our society should be ready for the return of veterans. This is all about communication. For ethical communication, needed adequate communication, because whatever our state is worried about different benefits, prosthesis, etc., a veteran will not want to approach these services if he lacks normal communication.
First of all, there are online courses for the service providers and the officials. Why did we choose them? Because the veterans returning, first of all, they're returning to their remotas, and of course, they have to deal with the state. And there are the centers of the administrative services provision, there are various business administrations, village councils, and so on and so forth. And it's quite typical when when people are not interested to resolve the issue. And sometimes there are the situations when people want to think, but nevertheless they do not understand how to do that correctly, and they are starting to use the familiarity words, and therefore we are teaching them how to communicate. But these courses will be available for everyone. So yes, we are focused on the officials, but nevertheless they will be available for everyone. And it is important for the veteran to understand that in fact he is waited for, that the society is ready to accept him, that we do not want the veterans to close up, we do not want them to get isolated, and in fact we want them to get employed themselves, to open their own business and the other things. And speaking of the way how we should properly communicate, well, I actually can give you even a lecture on these, because except for we have not only the online lectures, but also we have online webinars for the companies on the ethical communication with the militaries, with the servicemen. Well, briefly speaking, you should not be absurd. You should not raise questions of political issues, religious issues. You should not do that typically with the strangers, and you should not pity uh, them. And you have to be honest. If you want to support them, you have to ask directly, how can I support you? And if you are not ready to listen, you have to be honest and say, like, I'm very sorry, these stories are too much for me, because people like honesty. I'm very sorry to intervene, but the thing is that when you are asking how do you want to support you, because I can see that during the day someone is texting, don't ask how are you when you are not ready to listen, because people are asking how are you, and then they're listening and they are saying like, why not? And then what kind of support? And oh, you probably went to the lecture, you went to the lecture, you had this lecture as well, so all of them are asking the same questions. So maybe you have to be also adequate when you get the negative response, because one can say, I do not need your support. You should not think, oh, I have offended the person somehow. Maybe the person just doesn't want any support. Thank you very much, Ms. Katerina. And in fact, it's also very important, like the general ethics and the understandings on how to communicate, especially considering the fact that, let's be frank, most of the veterans returning, they are unfortunately returning because of the health issues, with some wounds, with visible and invisible injuries. And we have to understand and we have to communicate clearly. And in fact, I really like these discussion, because the people who went through the military actions and they were wounded, in fact, yes, indeed, they continue moving forward. They continue moving this world forward. They continue changing their lives and improving them. And one of the important components is recovery and restoration. And what actually inspires a lot is the veterans who are doing sports as development, as rehabilitation, as competition. And one of the phrases which is used in Invictus Games is, those whose will is stronger, those whose spirit is stronger than the body. And these people are incredibly strong. And yes, sometimes you need support, but nevertheless, you have to ask what kind of support and whether the support is actually needed at this point. And it's also very important to understand that public sector understands it and develops it. And therefore, I would like to introduce Yaroslava Bratus, analytician of the analytical center. You're focused on the sports and what kind of transformation should happen right now. I know that the legislation is transforming in this direction, and we have the Ministry of Veterans Affairs and we have the Ministry of Sports, and I know that your specialists are assisting. What kind of changes do we need, and most importantly, why should we develop these sports, and why should we involve veterans in it? Thank you very much for this question, and I would like to thank you because quite often there is an issue that sport is considered to be very simple. It's something like movement, competition, medals. We get used to the fact that we are doing sports to achieve some certain result. To get the status of candidate, go to the Olympics Games. But when we're talking about veteran sports, and especially adaptive sport for the veterans, in this case, we have a bit different situation. And also you've mentioned the Invictus Games, so when there is a team selected to the national team of Ukraine, and the members are selected, this sport, in fact, is around 10% of the chance, and the rest is psychological resistance, motivation, and also how these kind of activities, sports activities, and all these events can support and help the veterans in their recovery. Some time ago, we used the word rehabilitation, but we were talking about sports among the veterans. But rehabilitation is typically considered to be somehow medical. issues, something related to physical state, and therefore we decided to use a more complex approach on recovery. And what our organization does in the framework of the adaptive sports for the veterans is the complex approach, where one of the participants of the process is the veteran, him or herself. We are asking them what do they like, what they don't like, what would they like to change, what would they like to keep and enhance, what do they like to do sports in their formadas, or considering the reality, returning to their military units or to the reserve battalions where they are returning. So we are doing the screenings on their psychological state to understand that we are not harming them. And that's probably the most important thing, because we have to follow all the rules and not to harm them, but to enhance them and help them. Because quite often it's something that is neglected and people are making that show. And the main principle which we're using in our approach is not to don't do anything without for veterans without veterans, but not to make it some kind of very loud words. We are monitoring, we are talking, we're discussing. And even on the next stages, when we're working with the veterans who started doing adaptive sports, they are joining our team as the consultants of the trainers. And we had the situation when the previous Invictus game participant became the basketball team trainer. So he went some certain process of recovery, and he came to a point when he can not just recover himself, but in fact he can help. So what is so important? Because I guess for the recovery, we don't have that many options. It's not always returning. It's not always when people are just wounded or injured or traumatized. When we're talking about veterans, when they return into their formadas or return into their military unit after some certain period of time of their life, they can choose what they like more, what is more beneficial for their psychological and physical state. And there are not actually that many options for them, especially when we are talking about the teams where the armadas, where the infrastructures leave something to be desired, and the community also leaves something to be desired. So the most important thing at the moment is to build this kind of ecosystem where we can provide this kind of option for the person, that the person can choose a sport as the recovery tool and to go this way. And if we're talking about the challenges and what kind of challenges are we facing at the moment, first of all, that is a problem of the infrastructure, because quite often we are working with veterans who need more adaptive space and more accessibility. And if you consider the reality, you will see that most of the gyms are on the second floor without elevators or in the basement. And therefore, veterans on the wheelchair, they cannot use this kind of gym, even though they have discounts or whatever, or even if it will be free of charge for them. And when we had the preparation and the trainings and the training sports camps where the veterans are trained, it happens in different locations, because even in Kyiv, it's hard to find the location where everyone can do different types of sport. It is very, like, the accessible location is impossible. So you have to go around the town, go around the city, and to find the place which is accessible and where you can do sports. So the next one is the fact that not every Hamada has understanding that sports is important. So I mean, there are some active participants of the veteran community who are ready to promote sports in their hromadas, but they need at least the understanding from the local authorities and self-government, and they need some certain capacities to implement all these things. For example, on the International Veteran Forum, which was held on the 22nd of August, we had a panel dedicated to this issue, and the representatives of NGO Sertavir were saying that even they in Chernihiv are struggling with finding the place where they can implement their activities. So even in big cities, the local authorities are not always happy to help you, or actually sometimes they are not able to help you because adjust infrastructure and making it more accessible costs money. And the third thing is experts, and experts is quite a big issue now because adaptive sports cannot be among surrounded by the normal sport because it's not about biomechanics of the body. It's you have to have more another approach. You have to emphasize the values, and with these kind of wounds, you have to understand that with these kind of injuries, you can do these sports, but these sport will harm you. So this is a deeper understanding of the issue, and we do not have that many experts in this area, and therefore, when some sports camps are held, we have some challenges finding the trainer who can give you not only theoretical information, but also can teach and adjust to the needs of the veterans. And the last issue I would like to raise is the attitude. That is something we are facing all the time, especially when we have public events, especially when it is broadcasted in media. So there are lots of invisible wounds and injuries, and a lot of attention is paid, like what we are struggling with is amputation. So it's kind of not very ethical when the article about the force and spirit, and then you can see a part of prosthesis as a part of illustration of the article. So you have to understand that even in media, we have to cover these stories from the position of the equals, as and not as Vesta representatives has already said. You should not feel pity for these people. So we have to refuse from some certain stereotypes, and we have to change some typical approaches in media, and we need to work with the society, not only actually with society, but also with the representatives of the government, with media, with the journalists, so that when we will be talking about the veterans in the context of sports, we could have talked about their achievements, about their recovery, and not about their wounds. Thank you very much, Yaroslava. Indeed, invisible traumas are something people forget about, and we forget in the general communication and the context, unfortunately, as when we're covering these issues. And I know that sometimes media are writing something that there was some horrible wound when they are covering some story, because maybe these persons, because maybe the person had the heart issues because due to the intense military actions. And in addition to that, we have to understand what is the psychological perception of the events, because if we are able to recover physically, and the trigger topics are still the issue. That is something that typically is not taken account. And at the same time, speaking of the trigger topics and the correct communication and some invisible issues which might harm, we can see that the families of the families of veterans and the families of the deceased defenders are facing that. So in these contexts, we should talk about their contexts, their needs. And today online, we have Miss Natalia Volska. She is the head of the Council of and Deceased. And dear colleagues, please join her to our session. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear participants. I'm very glad to head of the Council of Families of the Fallen. Can you hear me? Yes, Miss Natalia. Could you tell us more about the needs of the families of the fallen, and maybe about these communication issues and respect? Why it is so important and what impact does it have? Thank you very much, and I support Messina Yem. I support him in his words that the man is not afraid to defend his motherland because, first of all, he worries about his family. What will happen to them after he is fallen? How the country will take care of them? As the head of the consulting body, where we have the people delegated from the public organizations who represent the interests of the fallen, of the members of the fallen, I can share my personal experience on the impact of the NGOs on forming and implementation of the veteran policies through the headed by me Council of the fallen. Well, I do not know whether all of you know, but from each oblast of Ukraine and Kyiv, we have the one person delegated from the NGOs from all around Ukraine who are informing about the problems the families of the fallen are facing, and also the defenders. And according to the administrative territory, this information is received through the NGOs, and the topics are generalized and analyzed by the Council.
So they discussed at their sessions with specific requests in terms of identification of mechanisms of problems addressing. Also, this is done with the invitation of different kinds of authorities. Having the analysis, I can identify the main requests of the relatives of fallen servicemen. First of all, the change in the benefits while having the one-time cash assistance, then acquiring access to people who acquired an injury and who we are talking about the cases of committing suicide as a result of PTSD. As for the first group of issues, let me draw attention to two separate problems. The first deals with the difference in one-time cash assistance delivered to relatives of fallen defendants compared to the ATO time and the full-scale invasion. So we're talking about some 750 life minimums of assistance and several millions of hryvnias. So the difference is more than 10 times. This actually evokes a feeling of discrimination. The second thing deals with the social protection of the fallen servicemen of Ukraine who are within the volunteering divisions and within the territorial parameters without having the status of servicemen and were killed during the martial law time, and the amount of cash assistance delivered amounts to 750 minimum life standards. That amounts to 1,800,000 hryvnias approximately. At the same time, in case of a fallen of serviceman who was officially engaged in Ukrainian forces, his relatives get more than 15 million of hryvnias. Respectively, case assistance is measure of support on the state. However, it's unclear why the state considered that families of fallen servicemen without proper status require less amount of cash. Those who were among the first who defended our country without any guarantees, without any money provision, just with their feeling to defend our countries, who are the real patriots of Ukraine and example for future generations, but their support was abandoned. I want to have hope that this issue will be addressed. The second issue related to people who died as a result of committing suicide due to PTSD acquired during their servicing. It's well known information that PTSD is a widespread disease. One of its consequences is committing suicide. However, posthumous expertise cannot be done with no establishment of diagnosis, with no possibilities to apply to the doctor's commission, and there is no possibility to link it to the desire to defend our country. So also it is prohibited to do psychiatric expertise with no ability to establish the reason for death as a result of PTSD. Even with having a diagnosis with the doctor's commission conclusion, it does not provide an opportunity for his or her relatives to apply to the court for acquiring one-time cash assistance. So current legislation emphasizes that one-time cash assistance cannot be delivered to a person who committed suicide. So this is a not brand new thing. Our families have been facing with those problems, and let me emphasize once again, now I'm talking about PTSD syndrome. You understand the point. Let me tell you, it's important that the Forum of Legal Reforms has been held annually, and it is aimed at raising very important issues. And it's so crucial to talk about different challenges and amendments that should occur with the outlined issues. And as we have reps of the Ministry of Defense, and with our request for the next year to have changes in the policies, and hopefully we will have a positive outcome, understanding how it's important to have this support. So let me thank you for enabling me deliver those problems we have been facing during our sessions. So thank you for giving me the floor. Thank you so much. We have several minutes left, and I'd like to ask whether we have questions. We have Maxim Latsiba. Good afternoon, Independent Center of Political Research. I'd like to ask Ruslan and colleagues from NGOs, how what role can be given to the charitable organization in its delivery into the new veterans policy. As I was at the Forum of Veterans, and Ruslan Stefanchuk said that we will develop the new law on the veteran policies with the reinforcement of a role of veteran organizations, but no one specifies what kind of role this can be and with what type of functions can be included. Thank you. Colleagues? So I'm afraid not to be asked to exit. Actually, for quite some time, veterans was accepted as actually voters during elections. So we used to have this mechanism. And throughout our time, we have a serious threat that veterans can be taken as the part of expenditures. So we should be fair and tell them that we cannot give you what you need. And we tend to be idealists. We all want to deliver everything. However, the question whether we can take what is the source of financing. 5% from your salary. Even this idea cannot be implemented. And it's crucial to know that we should deliver this idea to the state. We should realize the philosophy in it. Currently, we don't have this philosophy inside the strategy. So the strategy on the developing of veteran policy. So we don't talk about the presence of these policies. We don't have it. We have only a strategy of compiling it. So this is about the story that you just get dressed and then you start writing it. So we don't have it. So probably at the level of different organizations, we start working on it. If you have any expertise in your work with veterans, you have understanding what needs they have, please deliver it. Then it's important to know that there is no need to build any unbelievable structures to deliver services. And we should know that we will face with money laundering, corruption. A lot of NGOs can provide these services already. Please give possibilities to enable our society to do it in these or that regions. Probably there is a need, so we can deliver. So there is no need to order budget places, services, meaning that someone may come and etc. So we already have all these services at place. And the question is only how to deliver the needs of veterans. And by helping them, we will simplify this process of motivation during mobilization. But we need strategy for that. We have very short political memory. However, it's crucial. If you have any developments, any documents, please go to the government and say about it. So other options cannot be applicable. Civil society is much more stronger than the state. We can do more than our state can deliver. This is my opinion. Thank you. Ruslan? I fully support the words of Musi Nayem in terms of public organizations and their unification and the purpose of the Ministry of Veterans with regard to the legislative norms and acts. We have enough experts who know the information, the whereabouts situation. The Cabinet of Ministers, the Office of the President set it as a task. It will be implemented in line with the needed requirements. So as for my understanding, where we can support, I mean, civil society, we can deliver information to the veterans who come back from the war zone. So we should provide services on consultancy, legal aid, referrals to these or those executive bodies or governing bodies. Just criticizing our government, just giving any remarks is not enough. We can all do it, but to help in this direction, this is something we need to do. And there is categories in this direction, and we have civilian people who were injured in the front line and war zones, and they might have a right to have a status of a person injured during the war with their benefits, and this all can be applied to the elderly persons. They simply don't know how to fill in the documents. So I'm talking about the categories of people who should be given our attention. Help them to, for example, fill in documents. Help them to refer to the relevant services. Of course, it all goes for impetus to do these or those actions. Of course, it refers to different activities on criticism and the issues related to benefits provision. And this is relevant to deliver this information to veterans working in communication, knowing financial possibilities. And we should help as much as possible. So this should be combined both on the side of civil society and the state. Let me have a word. I support your ideas. Let me remind you what was exactly a year ago. No one in this country talked about the veterans' policies. Probably ideas were present, but no one talked about it. Then, 8 months after, first initial steps towards them was taken. So there might be political forces who start raising alarms. However, it won't work. If we want to deliver our thoughts to the government, we should unite. And actually, our civil society organizations lack this ability. We actually appear to have queues in numerous public organizations. And I'm talking about the very first organizations who we were working on that. The issue here, we should share our experience on how to work with the state. Actually, we have different instances. However, we don't have people who would be influential on those issues. So I'm a person at my position. So if there are no arguments, then this person feels freely. So we should think how to communicate. I used to have arguments with everyone, but probably after my injury, I changed all of that. And I understand that we signed MOU just because we don't have other way forward. And I think that we can be engaged in those activities. If you need support, we can provide it. So thank you, colleagues. Our time is over. However, we will have some time for communication during our dinner, and all your words actually are very good conclusions. Let's communicate. Changes are difficult. Any legislation changes are complicated with no possibilities to satisfy everyone. However, veterans, members of fallen servicemen, regardless of the place they live, they should feel our respect and support. They should know that they have rights, benefits provided by the states, supported by civil society, and he or she should know that there is a possibility to enjoy those rights. Thank you for being those driving force in those changes. I'm grateful to every public society organizations who criticize by providing support. A lot of work lies ahead, so let us believe in our good future and thank our servicemen.